Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge
Yeah, but that was you do all the job. You needed to correct. You needed to create the IoT hub. You needed to create a connection string. You need to do the connection explicitly. Here you have a lot of stuff from the box. It's far simpler for somebody who do not understand the details. And also you have these graphicons and this stuff already done by hand. And also here you can get your data to Power BI. And you can display it in a frame here. But first, let us ensure that our look very nice in picture. So this is for you.
Thank you.
I don't know if you're all right. I get try. So, Stefka, I want to have a voice like Pavarotti, please. So everybody's bright. So we can move on. So getting back to the here, you have a lot of automation. It looks very nice from the start. You can show devices. You have a much more control. You can on this you have 3 parameters that you are sending. On IoT Central, you can model any device. You can send 3 temperatures and 1 depth, whatever. You have a lot of stuff that you can do by software, and it's highly impressive for bosses. And also, you have management. There is a lot of stuff that it's already prepackaged. And this presentation started from my work program was that in IoT Central, I have everything nice, but I wanted Power BI. And I tried to explore how do I get from there to Power BI. Trying to do this, I believe I look again on the internet. So I've seen Power BI solution for Azure IT Central V3. This will work. No? Yes, no? That will be the end of the presentation, half an hour later. So let's try the link. We have a huge success. And getting back, they also have here GitHub a problem. What's the problem with this? Why it's 404? Because it was retired. The answer that I got from Microsoft is that, okay, here they give you a way of doing stuff. Another way, which is complex, and in the future, most probably will again simplify this process like it was with that tool in the marketplace, which was retired. But okay, when we are in business, we cannot wait for Microsoft. So let's try somehow to do stuff. How are we going to do it? So first, we need to get data out of IoT Central. As a question, here I can access the IoT hub of the device, IoT hub of the IoT Central. What do you think? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And the answer is no. No, because this is managed by Microsoft. But still, Microsoft understood that if you keep the data in, the feedback was overwhelming and negative. You want a way to get that out. So we have data. So what we can do here, and I'm getting the electric shocks from the laptop. This is good. So here you can say what data you want to export. You can add some information to this, and you have destinations. As destination goes, these are the destinations. Pretty interesting destination. A blob storage, okay, is more like a akin database. You have a queue, an event hub, a service bus queue, again. A queue, a service bus topic, and a webhook. This means that you want to get it out. So, what they are Microsoft saying, it's in that document, it say that you should use, let's say, I did use event hub. And from then on, you should do something. What I'm going to show you today, it's using Event Hub, and from Event Hub going to Stream Analytics, and then from Power BI. And we'll see what are the issues and the problems around it. The recommended way will be from Event Hub to a database, and then Stream Analytics Power BI. Why? Because a direct query, it's not optimal for a lot of data. You won't get the best performance. Here you get the fastest results. You get the fastest result, but you lose on performance. When you start any project, I will go the fast way of going directly to Power BI. Okay, so let's do that. I already did them. Here, if you create this destination, you won't get all the stuff around it, the Event Hub and stuff. You need to create an image. So I took the time created before. You're doing by the book. It's nothing out of the ordinary. So let us look a bit if we get more data. Where? Here. Let's try and refresh. Open this one. And we get the 9. We see the 9 here. It's something like 8. We're starting getting some data. It's still slow. Okay, getting back to Dave. So we created an Event Hub. I'm gonna show it here. It's again, you have the namespace, you have the Event Hub created here. You just specify this. What do you need to remember if you are familiar? That's important to talk. In the resource group, ring a bell. Yeah, tell us. Please, I give you chocolate.
It's like a folder for the resources in Azure.
I would say Corpa, like basket. But yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a logical groupation. What's the sense of it? It's that all the resources related to a project you can delete, because sometimes you have something something you do not know what it is, and it's consuming money. So if you group all this into a resource group, you can delete it. Another concept is geography. Here it's nice to have all the stuff in the same geography, because otherwise you pay off transfer. For example, if you have the the IoT Central in one zone and Event Hub in another zone, you are paying from transfer between zones. So usually you should stick to one. In Europe, West Europe, it's a safe bet. And if you are experimental, West US, because there are first the new features. So we created also this event. So we are getting into Stream Analytics. And the Stream Analytics, I have created another Stream Analytics. Not to mix it up too much. So let's see the inputs and the outputs. The inputs to Stream Analytics. This one. Again, other new stream inputs. We have this option. And I will show you, I created Power BI. This is direct query. What's the issue here? Let's create another one. So here it tells me that it failed to load my Power BI workspace. What's the problem with it? The problem is that I have more than one account. This I'm running on one account, and Power BI Pro it's on another. Before, you can use also free Power BI. How you get around of still setting up Power BI when it does not see in your workspace? So you have the settings manually. In what settings you are missing? The group workspace. How do you get to it? You're getting to admin portal in Power BI. And you have the details. Okay, this is the one use. Again, details, you will see this ID. In Power BI free, you cannot create more workspaces. And I can tell you that if you are using personal workspace, yes, you get the ID, you put all the credentials, and you try it in Stream Analytics, it won't work. This is the only stuff that does not work for free. You need to have Power BI Pro to work. Before it worked, unfortunately. Also, I have a lot of stuff, it is still working, because you see all the tiles, they are done with Power BI free. These are the first one done with Power BI Pro. And this is the bigger difference between the first time I did this presentation in Bulgaria and now. Because I said, okay, to tell the people, most probably they will do this at work, at least trying, in the spare time. So they will have Power BI Pro. So let's show them all. So you get this ID, you put it in here, and then you put the credentials below, and everything is hunky-dory. Let's look at the query and let's start the stuff, because it's not like everything hunky-dory. This is wonderful. It's, again, very complex query. Sorry. Let's start this also. Remember, if you are using the free one, do not let this run. So what do we want to see? When we go to Power BI, we're gonna wait this way start, but we'll see the problem with all data still, not to lose time. So getting here, if we're going by workspace, I have this workspace created. This is the graphic on any integrated data sets. Data sets, that will be this one. And this I want to do a report. And let's look at the data. So we are looking at telemetry. Where is humidity? So let's try to display telemetry. Let's put it someplace. Let's put it in values. So here we got in the count of telemetry. Let's try to see that. Let's show us a table. We cannot get rid of the count of telemetry. What's the problem of it? How are we gonna see what's up? Okay, let's get back. Let's stop this. We started to stop it. Let's get back to the query. Let's see how the data is really looking. We have a method. Let's see. Input preview. It's refreshing. So here you're gonna see now it's sampling the data from the IoT Central and gonna show us here. And what do you believe that it's a problem? Any ideas?
Not aggregated.
It's an object. It's an object, you see, you have a JSON object. So you need somehow to break that JSON object into data. And still, I don't know why this is still running. Still, test results. No, this is the stupid Rust. It's still refreshing, and we let it a bit. And any idea where and what level should we do this aggregation? We have inside the JSON data, we have another JSON data with telemetry. How are we going to do it? This is also important if we're writing to a database. What's the difference between a direct query and writing to a database? In database, you must match the output from the stream analytics. You must have a schema. You must match the schema with the output. It's not automatically done. In direct query, somebody understands this. Okay, no data. Let's try and refresh. And let us check. I know that the simulated devices are sending data. So we're having 11, 12. something like these are the data set. And this is how the data is looking on this end. And it seems that this, it's a prepackaged. Let us look again. Usually here you should see it. I will blame it on the internet. Here you see how the data is looking. So, we let a bit more and we look around. There is a new toy in this stream analytics, and which is called, it's hidden from me. Okay, if it's hidden, we can use this. There are functions. So you can create a couple of types of function. There are not all. There is also C# function. We're going to use JavaScript aggregation. Let's see if I click it. I did not take the right one. The other one, UDF. Anyhow, the both JavaScript, they have the same prefix, and we'll get back to that. So here, what you have a function that you specify the number of parameters, and it's doing something inside. Okay, in our case, let us. This we're gonna stop and try to get. Let's see what's happening again with that query. If we have any luck with the data today, with data it's still refreshing. Okay, we'll let it be. Still, the demo goes today. I'm not that happy. So let's get back to the function and let's see what we have done in this function. So try to explain. Okay, so a very complex function. It has two arguments. The first argument is the payload. The payload will be in telemetry, that object. The second one, I said what I want to hunt, because I want to hunt a title, a name. Sorry. First, I dig a lot on doing this. JSON stringify. I try to get that parse because it's not a full nice JSON of the telemetry. I want to try to get it into a string, and then I strip the curly braces, and then I split it by comma, because I know how the data is looking. I have the temperature, 2 points, the value, comma, the next value. The order, it's random. So, and then I'm splitting the key value parts. If the first part is temperature, the second argument, I split I get the value out. And if nothing, I return 0. So I created this function to split everything. Yes.
And what's wrong with that object? Because it looks strange that you have a JSON object and you just have a property there, which you could return, but then you turn it into the string and then start parsing that, which takes an immense amount of time, right?
When I try to get it from the object, it's not a full object. When I say I want to JSON parse property, you get an error. And okay, I did not dig too much. There is 100 way of skinning the cat. That was the fastest to write, not the optimal to write. But you get the chunk of this. Thank you. So
You will get me diabetes.
yeah, or to pay two seats on a train. So, and now we need to modify the string nicely, the query string. Oh, sorry, not this. So getting, now we can look at, here is, let me make it a bit bigger. Here we can do a zoom. Zoom and zoom out yet. In fact, zoom in. it was the good idea. So let's do it. So now we have the up. It's the same. We're sending the data unparsed. We're sending to some other, whatever, some other endpoint, no problem. And before, I would say, all the Java, you call it by idf dot, and you specify the parameters as something. And below, I'm also trying to push to a cast, not to have a string, to have it nicely, because Power BI, when you're doing the schema, will infer it nicely. So we'll take this query and put it in Power BI. Not Power BI, sorry, in Stream Analytics. Okay, I can try. That was also an idea to parse there. But, okay. Let's see, maybe now we have input review. Still, I don't know why it's not getting the data. Okay. Luckily, we have data from before, from the last test. This is, okay, I need to save this. This is working and was working, but we still have data. So I can show you how the stuff is going. Getting to, these are the last data. If we're using, let's say, this one to see how the data set it's looking, I've sent it to this data set process. I have this is not one to say. And you see here the data are getting better. Of course, you see them as aggregated, but do not despair. When I put in the right graphicon, you get it one value, not count, not sum, not. When the Power BI knows how that are expanded. That is, it's a visualization problem in Power BI. Usually, they tend to show you all the numeric data as a sum or as sum, and all the text as count. If you are putting right, and it's the right type, they will know how to do it. And you see it that here they know how to split. Something like, this is, let's say, working, and let's try to get into this one. We can try and refresh. So getting in, now we're on 10.07. 10. No, still we get data outside. Especially when we started this stuff, we started Stream Analytics. Stream Analytics takes something like 20 seconds. And Power BI, it is a lag. Again, do not treat Azure like a real-time operating system. In some uses, and if you are using it to the maximum, you can get really fast results, but it's by no means real-time. That's computer real-time. So here, do not try to show, let's say, an engine, a car engine, how the valves are opening, the stuff like this. Yes, maybe you have later the data, but it's not the actual data. This you cannot. There are latencies. Okay, about real time. Strangely enough, okay, if you start discussion with Microsoft about real time, they'll start discussion. Look, you are a small child. You know there are network latencies. I say, okay, I know there are network latencies, but when you have the data, how fast is your system? And then, if they will start digging and they have information how fast it is. And strangely enough, there is one component which is real time when the data is in. And we talk about it today, what it is. When the data is in, when it starts in the data it's in, it's real time. And has a, let's say, two-word name, it's pretty long. And we talk about it. Let me try to help you. Oh, job you failed. Okay, but still, which are the two okay, so who is gonna want the chocolate? Okay, I get it. So it's stream analytics. Stream analytics, it's real time when the data it's in, and the system the job is started. And let's see what's the problem with it. Why it failed. Most probably the query was validated, submitting, running slow. Most probably there is a typo someplace in the query. We can just do a cursory look. Anyhow, the job it's stopped, and maybe we'll have also the test data. That test data helps you a lot because it shows you really how the stuff it's looking.
So there is a lag in Variety Central, but the stream analytics is.
Now there is always I'm not saying about lags. Imagine all the resources in Azure, and they need some time to spun up. So when you start, there is a lag. Also, there is a lag in the network communication. I have always network communication between the stuff. If this is under control, we don't. Okay, I will repeat the question, but after I finish the answer. It was when you have the data, how fast and the service it's running, how fast you respond. The only one I know of that responds on computer real time, stream analytics. So the question was about the lags. That is the lag in the IoT Central, how this propagates. All the components, you must understand that they have a time to spun up. If they are spun up, they will respond pretty fast, and usually they are not real time. And also to take into account latencies into the network, because these are important. I'm not treating them as the lion's share of the stuff. Okay, and as architectural, the solution of avoiding this network lags is using edge. You can run a stream analytics on the edge. What's on the edge? Instead of running in the cloud, you can run it on-prem. You can move, when you create a stream analytics, and this will be interesting to show you. And also it's related to database, stream analytics, jobs. You will have the options, let's create one. Again, all the stuff you can do it by command line. There are 101 ways of doing it. Here you see the region, the location, where it is. I said this is important to have the resources that are communicating in the same region, because you also getting network latencies between data centers, and also you're incurring costs. So you do not want this. And you have the hosting environment. We can have cloud or edge. Now we have created for cloud. If you run it in the edge, theoretically, the stream analytics, it's close to your data, close to your data generators. So this is how you solve these issues. This is the recommendation from Microsoft. Okay, here I won't say the devil is in details. It works. The only problem is that the edge devices that they have in mind, they are pretty powerful. What's an edge deployment a la Microsoft? It's at least 3 containers, 3 Docker special containers, which are, let's say, small by Docker standards. We're talking about 300 megabytes all. But still, if you are talking about a Raspberry Pi running on the edge or deploying over the edge cellular network, no. But if there is a PC, if there is a specialized, a better hardware, Core AM or something, that will work. Again, we have some hardware. And it's an elegant solution of doing this. Another use of the edge, and this I will finish this parenthesis, it's also you can push a machine learning model there. So it can be analyzed there, and also it's faster to run it near the data. But if you are sending back the data for retraining the model, then that will be slow. There are drawbacks. So, looking at the time, this was pretty much what was it. On short, you can do it by the seat of the pants. You having control on everything. IoT hub or even hub, depends. On some solution, you will want the even hub, even though I always recommend the IoT hub because you have the security, you have the flexibility, you have a lot of stuff. If you are doing IoT, that will be the main goal. And that's the price is good. We also have used IoT hub for some stuff that has no relation to IoT because of device links. But that is another concept. Device links is something that it should be interesting to start. It's a way of model real world into let's say cloud, into another environment. Okay, but not getting it. If and yes, you go to Power BI. Stream analytics, it's one way. You can do it in more than one way of getting that to Power BI. If you want to show fast and powerful IoT solution, very fast, use IoT Central. IoT Central, it's the way forward. It makes, let's say, a lot of the stuff that you do, it's solved already. You do not need to know the details. You have very little problems of getting fast a solution almost working on IoT Central. As way of getting data to Power BI, there will be an easier way. I show you one way, it's not the only way. As rule of the thumb, direct query, it's not optimal. Whatever way you are using it, if you are having a large amount of data, you should think about moving to a database. Remember that you need to get the schema for that database by yourself. And you see that Stream Analytics is helping you when it's working and test data. I showed you what the device is sending. So pretty much that was the message for today. My rest of the message is that I cannot drive the chocolates back home. Questions and who wants chocolates and who wants to ask question and who wants to get the chocolate for a question? Okay, you want. The question.
Oh, I have to ask a question, sorry. Stream Analytics, what do you prefer? Stream Analytics, Kafka?
Stream Analytics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a very difficult question.
Yeah, very difficult. Other questions? Or even who wants chocolate? That's an easy one.
Oh,
No.
Getting back how you recapped, so
Yeah.
sorry. You basically said that there is like a more complicated way of doing things with all the control, where you just created the IoT hub, Stream Analytics, and you were done with a simple query. But after that, you went to kind of a simple way, where you created the IoT Central template, but after that, you still had to create Event Hub and create the Stream Analytics and do all the stuff.
I say Microsoft will create a simple way.
Okay.
Now they give us documentation doing that. The simple way that they had in the marketplace, they retire it. And also, what I do not like.
So this is like a temporary workaround.
This way will always work. What I did not like, you see it also installed on the GitHub, that it was no official reply from Microsoft on this. Being, okay, I did forget to mention I'm from 2011. Each year I was awarded MVP title in 2 categories, Azure and Windows development, and I'm Intel software innovator. Okay, if I knock on the door, and this is public information, I got the answer, but I need to knock pretty hard on the door. And the answer was that we retire it. We'll have something in the future. No timeline, yeah.
I have a question that is not technology related. The question is why the chocolates are smaller than usual.
They're the same.
If it's 2 days, then was a gorilla, you're like.
No, that's the same. It's the same pack.
I like it.
So, other questions? I still have one chocolate. Who wants this chocolate? And if not, for sure, I would need to give the chocolate. And okay, who wants the chocolate? Yeah, you are smiling.
No.
Thank you, please. So, thank you very much.
I think
So, hope you enjoyed the conference, and now we are out of
for the next time you should, have some healthy snacks,
Never. Look, I do not want to be the ugliest one around. So still, if you have a question, I'll be
Are we using that microphone?
Dobro, okay.
Yes,
Okay, camera is
Da,
okay.
da.
camera is okay, but screen no.
Okay, share screen. Entire screen. Just all no, so
Ne, ne,
share.
mislim da
This
su
one
čekaj,
share.
sigurno smo slajdom nekada.
So,
Onda će biti malo tricky, ja sam stalno mislio da su meni obično radili.
Yes.
one second. Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Yes,
Okay.
Ok, znači onda ti se šta onda nećeš spajati ili kako se onda... Dobro. Da, onda... Čisto zbog aktivnosti nečemu navedeno se tako. Znači ono, pri kraju da je... Ok, dobro, u redu, mislim sam više zbog ono, a dobro, hoćeš se gledati reći. Dobro, može. Dobro, evo, ok, to je stavno. Ajde, čujemo, dobro.
So let's see it. Should we start?
okay.
So, you will start some kind of screen or...
Yeah, you have the links on the...
Okay, because I see... okay.
Oh, I'm not sure if this is doing wireless or wired. It doesn't really matter. Just
Start with screen or with camera?
Oh, you can. So is it sharing now? Is it okay now? The screen and
You will sharing now.
camera? Yeah.
Camera, okay. Camera.
So the camera's okay. This one's also live, right? This one's also live, right? Okay, so all okay?
Okay, we will start with camera.
Can I ask if the Wi-Fi, what is the Wi-Fi? For the lab. So,
And now.
Okay.
Yes,
So we should begin.
now.
Okay.
You are.
Okay. So, should we start? I think most people are still in the break. Hopefully they will join.
so let's move to the first one.
Are you sure you want to go for the first row in a medieval session?
You don't spill so much. So
Well, I have some light bulbs here, if that will help. That's not so medieval, right? From sponsor. Really nice. Okay. Suppose we can start. No problem. Okay. Welcome everyone. This is going to be a different session. This is going to be a session about medieval stuff, tables, graphs, jousting. I don't know. Anyway, let's start. So first of all, this is my cat. My cat has been following me around at home since I've done sessions in the last year and a half for obvious reasons, but my cat is not with us today. However, she has very good contributions in all of these sessions that I did remotely and in person sometimes. Some of them, a lot of them actually here in Bulgaria. So in Bulgaria, I'm not sure the exact number, but it's close to 30, maybe. So I did at least 25 some time ago, so maybe close to 30 at this point, in terms of number of sessions, so really happy with that. Okay, and my name is André Manzi. I come from Portugal. This is actually a medieval castle somewhere in Portugal, and if you think that I photoshopped that thing over there, you are wrong. I just removed the background, because that is actually true. I went directly to Denmark, to Legoland, just to take that photo. No, I'm kidding, but I did go there this week. So I took the photo, and somehow it fits into the presentation, right? Okay, so the presentation today is talking about Microsoft Graph. And what we'll see is that the graph does not behave like a table. The graph does not behave like a graph. The graph is something different. It's a beast from medieval times that works in a slightly different way. So first of all, thank you very much for all of the sponsors and all of the help, all of the food as well. That's important, gifts, etc. And we will also mention that there are some upcoming events here in Bulgaria, so feel free to join. And let's start. So first of all, we have Graph, Microsoft 365 Graph. So for anyone who's confused, what is Microsoft 365? Well, it's the same as Office 365 plus a few other things. So Microsoft came up with a different marketing name for all of this. So we have currently the Microsoft 365 range of products and services. And one of them just happens to be called Graph. Now, this is strange because what is it? What is Graph? So when we think about Graph, we think about all of those weird things that connect between A and B, like points in a map, like cities, like the paths between the cities, and we try to use those kinds of graphs so that we can, try to get the closest path between one graph and the other. Now, this is not the same type of graph, although technically you can actually use it as such, but it's not really a graph in that typical sense. It is, however, something that allows you to connect from, data, piece of information one, piece of information two, and they do connect with each other, so there are references. Most of these references are not so much in the form of a graph like we used to remember, but basically an URL that connects between all of these services, or sometimes a GUID or just a generic ID, something like that, and you can connect between all of these, okay? No, it's not a table either. That's also a problem. So when we work in the SQL world, we have tables, right? And it's fairly easy to just use tables and get the information out of tables. But this is not a table either. So what is it? Well, it's definitely not rounds as well. So it's information. And it's just a REST API. So that's just all of the trick that comes into this. Now let me explain, and I will try to just show you 2 or 3 slides, and then all of the rests will be demos, okay? And just to explain that all of these REST APIs, so for instance, let's say you want to do some, check your email or something like that. You'd probably use Outlook, or you use your cell phone, or you use something else. You would never use something like a REST API to say, oh, every time I want to check the mail, I'll use REST API. However, your email does have important information. For instance, you might want to aggregate your email and just get information from how many people send messages, who are these people, what do these people do, can I talk to these people in some other way, who these people talk to in some other way, etc. So all of these people do talk to each other, right? And they have some connection to each other. Maybe it's not a person, maybe it's a location, maybe it's, it can be so many things that we have in terms of data. Now, consider. Okay.
This is a video studio, so.
Okay, no worries. But anyway, besides reading from all of these services, and I'll show you the list on the next slide, but the list is even much bigger. Besides reading, you can actually write to them. Okay. So if you want to say, I want to send a message, yes, there's 1,000 APIs that allow you to write messages. Okay, don't worry. Catalina,
This is just to make you your session fun.
Okay. because during Catalan session, his phone also rang, so it must be an emergency. Not an IoT emergency in this case. But anyway, think that in the medieval times there were no cell phones. And if there was a cell phone ringing, that would cut off your head or something like that. But anyway, you are allowed to do operations as well, to change stuff, to do some actions. I was mentioning the example of sending an email. And yes, there's a lot of APIs where you can do this. You can send this over using PowerShell. You can use C#, any other programming language anyway. But you can also go to Outlook and do it from there. You can use Logic apps in Azure. So there's, literally thousands of ways you can do this. This is yet one more way that you can do this. But an email example is very limiting. For instance, if you have a Teams team, okay? So if you have a Teams team and you want to create a new channel, if you want to add people, remove people, etc. Yes, you also have PowerShell to do this, but you can do it from here. You can create a team, you can do whatever you want. You can send messages on those teams, you can do chats, etc. So all this is very interactive. You might think, well, this is duplicate, right? Because if you can do it in PowerShell, you're already done, so this is easy. You don't have to do it somewhere else. Well, it's just yet another way to do it, but it has a very good advantage, which is it centralizes all of the data in one single place. So you have data in Outlook, you have data in Teams, you have data everywhere, and you can just centralize all of the data there in a not so round table. Anyway, one of the things you can do is to integrate with your applications, and even the graph has its own APIs or SDKs that you can use and interact with this, and it's very easy. I'll show you how you can get the code examples out of the Graph Explorer that we'll see. So I'll show you the REST APIs directly, plus they will generate all of the code that you need just to copy paste 2 or 3 lines of code into your application, and things will just work. This is not magic. It's medieval, but it's not magic, but it is okay. So the first thing I want you to know and to leave from this session is a graph is not something weird, it's not something strange, it's just plain old REST APIs that you can just use and integrate or interact with your information. Now there is a problem, however. You do have different permissions to do this. If you are the user that's the owner of the email, for instance, yes, you can access your own email, that makes sense. However, if you want to access things like your users, like your Active Directory users, yeah, that's not going to work. You need to have some permissions which might be different. Now, what I'm going to show you is, in most cases, I will have full permissions to do this, and these will be permissions like, so in this case, administrator of the tenant, Office 365 tenant that we are using. And I will try to use those permissions, but if you are a more limited user for some reason, you might still have access to some things, just not all of them. So there is no rule for this. You'll have to check. So sending an email seems obvious, but maybe creating a user or creating a team or something like that might not be as obvious as that, right? Depends on all of the other security that exists, and this will still respect all of the security that you already have. Now, most things I will do is, if there's a question like, do you want to consent, yes or no, what I've done when I was preparing the session, and be aware that I'm going to show you a tenant which is like a test tenant, a developer tenant, which I created like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, something like that. It has nothing apart from 1 or 2 tests that I did yesterday, okay? But what I did is, since yesterday, I've actually started saying consent to all of the things that were permitted, so you will not see most of the messages there, but there is one of the options in the message that says checkbox, consent on behalf of the whole organization. Okay, so if you are the admin, you will be able to check that, and in that case, you will save a lot of people a lot of work, but yeah, you do have that. Anyway, where can you use it? So these are just a few examples. Your emails, so we're talking obviously about Outlook from Office 365. You have your calendar there as well. You have your contacts from Outlook as well. So all of these are integrated. You can have a look at any of these. You can say, oh, I want to see the people that I interacted with in the last X number of times, etc. You can do OneNote, so you can play around with the notes in OneNote. You can do the to-dos. I'm not sure. Okay, you are? Okay. So to-dos are also very easy to integrate, although the to-do itself is actually a very simple, thing, right? It's not that much complicated. Planner as well, things like OneDrive. I'm assuming everyone has something in OneDrive, and you can have things in OneDrive, and these can be in just normal OneDrive for each person, or this can also be, let's say, inside of Teams, because Teams you can also store files inside of each team, right? You can also have and check out people, so all the people that you have in your Office 365 or Microsoft 365 tenants, you can have a look at that as well. And obviously there's SharePoint, but there is much more in terms of management. I'm just not going to talk much about it in the session, but I will show you all of the possibilities you have there. And these are not all. These are actually just some examples that you can get started. If you go to the documentation, there's a whole lot more, but those are the most interesting ones. Let's call it like that, right? So let's see a few more. And for now, I'm finished with the slides, okay? And for now, I'm just going to sit down. Please forgive me if I do sit down, but I will try this out. And also another thing, in medieval times, everything can go wrong, and demonic demos can actually take place. So if something fails, it's not my fault. It's some evil devil, something that's created this problem. Okay, first thing you need to know, you can go to graph.microsoft.com, and at some point in time, you get sent into developer.microsoft.com/graph, okay? You also have the obvious docs.microsoft.com. Let me write it here. So docs.microsoft.com/graph. And from here on, you have a lot of information. So that's easy. Work with Graph, accessing users, groups, teams, OneDrive, Excel, even Excel. I didn't mention Excel, but if you have Excel files, you can play around with them. Calendar and mail, and obviously much more. Identity for Azure Active Directory. And always remember that your Azure Active Directory is exactly the same as your Office 365 Active Directory. Not a lot of companies, or some companies, don't join the two together, but they should be together because you get better security if you have only one single identity provider. Okay, it's much easier. Unless you have some special case in which separating things might make sense. In most cases, it's good to have the same thing. Now, for this, let's go to the Developer Center, and you have a few options. Besides the usual blah, blah, blah that you have here, there's also some getting started that has a lot of different programming languages. I'll show you this at the end. I don't want to show you this right now, but you also have Graph Explorer here. And Graph Explorer looks something like this, okay? Now, context. First of all, I have a tenant, which is my Office 365, Microsoft 365 tenant. This was created as a developer tenant, okay? So it doesn't have that much. I don't want to share my personal information here in the demo. I just want to see whatever is inside of this thing. So I will try to show you. Now I'm going to increase the size of this just a bit. I hope everyone is able to see it, okay? Okay. So if you go here, I'm logged in as an administrator, so this is fine. But I'll do just a small trick, which is open a new in private window, just temporarily, so that I can show you just one quick bit. You are currently using a sample account, sign in to access your own data. That one was already signed in, right? So we'll get back to that one in a second. I just want to show you this. So you click sign in here, which is the first time, and you have some data. So let's say get my profile. So I click on this, it executes automatically, so the run query button runs immediately as soon as you press it. But here in terms of context, what I get is, seconds, what I actually get is, I have a user called Megan, so I can play around with this. Now we'll see that this thing here is the same as the one we have, and somewhere here, get a sandbox with sample data. So if you jump into this, you can actually have the developer program create Office 365 tenant for you. It lasts, is it a year? I'm not sure how long it lasts. A month, a year, I don't know, something like that.
You have to do stuff if you
To
leave it.
keep it around. Yeah. Thank you, Andre. This one I know it expires last month, so I think that makes sense. If you know what it is, let me know, because I have no idea. I just create a new one every month or something. But I know that for some reason they can last 1 year. Someone told me that, but I'm not sure about those details. But anyway, create one if you want. You can do testing on one of them. This is easy. I've actually created one in a different way, but I don't want to get into that. I created one in a sneaky way, in a cunning way. I had a cunning plan to do this. But anyway, let's try it out, not with this one, but with one that's already logged in. So things you need to know, this tenant, this mod administrator, which is the name, is already the full administrator of the thing, maximum privileges, and then there's like 10 other users that are there that you can play around with. So I'll just go through some of these and show you what you need to do. Some of these are obvious, you just click on it and say get profile. And with this one, let me just shrink this down because I will need some extra space. And this one, it says mod administrator, so this is fine. This is my name, and then give a name, job title, etc., mobile phone. So I'll have all of the information associated with this user in my Graph Explorer. This is who I am, so this is easy. So what do you need to know here? Well, first of all, there is only one version. Okay, there's only one version here, which is graphmicrosoft.com/v1.0/me. So you call on this service and you get the results out. This can be a GET request, post, etc. So if I want to manually do something there, this is a nice place for me to do business. But when I click on this, it will generate this automatically. You have 1.0 or some beta options. Okay, I'm not going to bring up beta. This can go even terribly wrong more than this. Okay, but every time you click on one query, you see things, right? So let me just try my photo. So this user actually has a photo, and this photo, it just generates the photo for you. So please notice the address which says me/photo and then value. So you get the actual thing coming out, right? If I just said something like without the value, probably get something slightly different, like the address, and then you would click this and you will get the other thing somewhere. So that would be easy to do as well, okay? Now, a few things that we need to know. We have a request body. This is mostly empty so far because we don't have any parameters so far. So this is easy, you know. You just say who I am, my photo, and things like that. So we don't really need parameters. Everything that's on top is enough, but you will need some parameters here. In terms of request headers, it's not that much, okay? Internally, they will provide the headers for, you know, the access tokens and things like that. They will provide this for you. For security reasons, I'm not going to click on that. But for instance, you have the option to change permissions, okay? So for here, if you click, there's going to be a button here on top of status. And if you click on that button, you'll actually get a button that says consent, pops up something that asks you to log in. You know, you're already logged in. And then it says, would you consent, yes or no? And then that checkbox that says consent on behalf of the whole organization, right? So that's the usual things. Now, down here you have something different, so response preview, so you get kind of the information that you expect. Response headers, you also have some extra information. In most cases, this is not useful for us, okay? But just for debugging purposes, you might have some information if there's an error or something like that. Maybe this will give you some more information. Code snippets. Now, this becomes interesting because you can just, after you do the stuff in C#, and I'll show you this a bit later on, after you get all of that stuff, you will go here and just copy paste 1 or 2 lines of code like this, and you will execute the exact same thing and get the exact same results. Okay, but you have to prepare your, your application. You need a few more lines of code. You need some includes and things like that. But those will be in the example, actually just here. So if you click on this thing here, get started, and if you click on C#, or in this case .NET, pretty much, right? Or any other programming language, you get something like this. And then you can just change C#, JavaScript, Java, etc. Any other that's not listed here, there is no wizard to generate this, but because all of the programming languages are fairly the same, all you have to do is to look at what it is. So for instance, if I have something like Python, okay, I'll just look at my C# or my JavaScript, see how that is done, and just convert the thing. For instance, this is C#, I can definitely do this in Visual Basic. You know, just remove the semicolons in most cases, right? It's fairly easy nowadays. It actually works really nicely because, I'm not even sure why they're not the same language at this moment, but that's okay. Historical reasons, I suppose. Anyway, my profile beta gives you a bit more information coming up here. So you have more information. When it says beta, that means that this will be the next version, 1.1, 2.0, whatever it is. You might get some more data, but whatever says beta you cannot trust it because it still might change. So don't trust your applications on this. Or if you build your applications based on this, make a note that this might change, verify when this comes out of beta, make sure that there was no change that breaks your application. So, usual stuff. All of you have tried this before. All of you have destroyed something before, which is the most important part. Okay, remember medieval times, destroying stuff is acceptable, okay? Now, let's say get mail, and this user actually has mail because this is the top administrator, so he receives a lot of stupid messages about the actual management of Office 365. So if you go down here somewhere, you'll actually see something like, I don't know, oh, this one just says messages, invade Normandy. Yeah, that seems all right. I wrote this at some point in time, yesterday or something. So I did generate this, say, invade Normandy. Yeah, that's right. Okay, it's actually like, I'm not mistaken, this is a calendar request or something like that. Anyway, all the items in my OneDrive. Okay, so this one says medieval folder right here. This is the actual name of the folder. And it is a folder, but if you go down for a bit, give me a second. If you go down for a bit, this is, I have to move it for a bit. So maybe more, you might have some more files here going on. So other files here. Yeah, somewhere there's going to be more files. You get the idea. If you go down there, there's going to be more files. Too much to show in the session during this. Okay. Items sprinting around me, I'm pretty sure this is going to be mostly empty because this is an empty Office 365 which doesn't have that much work. It's like a few hours of work where I added 2 or 3 things. There's no interaction. So items trending will not work. If I want to get the manager for this guy here, which is the top administrator, you don't get it. So there is no top manager. But if you try this on an actual thing, this will work. By the way, if you want to try this now, like today, with your Active Directory, anything that says get is usually not destructive, so you can try it, okay? And you will not destroy more than whatever your permission is going to be, right? If you are the top administrator of the thing, be careful, okay? So, by the way, it says not found here, so this is expected, okay? That just means that, there is no information here, so you get some information while telling that there is no other manager, so the object manager doesn't exist. But please notice here, so it says me and then it says manager, so you can jump from one to the other in a sequence. Okay, my to-do task lists. Now this one I should have something. So if I say request body, still nothing here. But if I say run query, I should have some answer. So it says okay. Let me just close this one so I can have a bit more space. Okay, and then you say here, so default something. It's a task. Arthur's favorite recipes. And then down here, if I go down, you might have round kingdom business. So it's a task. You need to do stuff, right? Whatever it is. Okay, more things. So this was just getting started. So let's have a look at some of the things which I find interesting. There's more, but at least this one's I find interesting. So let's have a look at things like identity and access. And you can say things like, list Azure AD devices, get high-risk users. For instance, if you have permissions, this will turn out to 0, so I'm not even going to try it. But just to explain it, get high-risk users would be something like when you have the security well-defined, and if this was actually a real-life scenario, someone was trying to use it too much, failed the password too much, etc., they would generate a high-risk user. This is normal for Azure Active Directory, so you would see a list there, and you can automate this process. Like every hour or so, you can pull it and figure out if you have any high-risk users or something like that. All of this is perfectly possible. Let's have a look at things like insights. So my recent files, the files that I've changed fairly recently, and I've changed. Let's see, I changed the file. This one is untitled section, so this is OneNote. Okay, I changed that as well. And if you go down, this becomes bigger. This is one of the last things that I did. MS OneNote. So this gives you a history of the stuff that you did. Okay. So again, OneNote, and at some point in time, I'm going to start to get files. Okay. So somewhere, apologies if I'm not showing this faster, but you have secret roundtable stuff. So you have, information that you access this file somewhere on OneDrive. Okay. There's more places, but this is just an example. Okay, this one will not work. I don't have enough information. Items shared with me. No one has shared anything with me. Otherwise, this would work. Items viewed and modified by me. Well, full list. Secret roundtable stuff. This would be to-do lists. But if you go down this a bit, you would see more stuff. So yeah, you have another file called this, an Excel file. Anyway, but you have more. Okay, let's go into teams. Let's try out some teams. I can create a team, but to actually see the teams, I need to do something. So I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go into teams.microsoft.com. Remember, I'm using the same tenants for all of this, so I can do this whole web. It's really no problem. So let's try it. Hello, everyone. Glad to have you join us. Okay. Seconds. Okay, so I have some teams. I'm on Teams. I tried some Hello World, Medieval World. This is just me because I really don't want to log in as a different user, but you get the idea. So in general, I have this kind of thing. I have some frog recipes channel if people are interested, and this is pretty much empty at this moment. But let's say I add something, add a tab. I'm just going to add some app. Any suggestions?
Power BI.
What?
Power BI.
Power BI. Okay, let's add some Power BI stuff. So I'm just going to say Power BI. Okay, this is going to take. Why isn't a save button here? It's taking a bit of time. My apologies. If it's taking a bit of time, but okay. Select the Power BI reports. Oh, I actually have no reports. Sorry, I do have no reports. Oh, but let's say I have an Excel, one of those Excels. So hopefully I have, I don't. Do I? No, I don't. Okay, so I don't know, some to-do or something like that. Some forms, Excel, anything whiteboards. So let's put in a whiteboard. Maybe that will be helpful. I just want to generate some app. You know, a whiteboard. Medieval white or
Stone tablet.
Hmm?
Stone tablet.
medieval stone tablet. The reason I'm reason I'm doing this uppercase is that we'll be able to see it in the list, right? So I'm adding all X's so that it will be a bit more visible in the list. So I'm creating the whiteboard, which is okay. So it will take some time, but let's go back. So a few other channels. Let's go here. This one actually. Let's say create team. I can create a team. So this one just says, by the way, you do need permissions. Always have a look at permissions here. I did this for most cases. I tried out all of these demos, gave the permissions, so we wouldn't spend time. But if you want to give all the permissions in one go, you can just say select permissions. By the way, you cannot select all of them. Select like 1/3 and then 1/3 and then 1/3. They don't allow you to select all of them at the same time. Just select from A to G, from G to S, from S to Z, and it will work okay. But you can select all of this, and then you click on this, let's say consent, and it shows up something that looks like this. Consent on behalf of your organization, accept. It was already there, but who cares? If you click on this here, they will tell you the exact permission you need for this specific snippet that you have here. But anyway, let's try out. So request body, display name, something like stone tablets writers. Okay, seems right. Okay. And then something here, just to write something. Nothing is written in stone. That's a bummer. Anyway, run query. So it should just say okay if we're lucky. Okay. Yeah, pretty much accepted. So accepted is good. Accepted is a 200 error, which is good. 200, 202 is good. If you go here, you already have some stone tablet writers, okay, which is nice. But I'll still use the other one because it has more data, if you don't mind, okay? So I'll go my join teams. So I'll say run query. So remember, this is still about the object me. I'm talking about the things that I connect to, okay? In some cases, I can even talk about other people, but I'm talking about myself. Very narcissistic, but still. Anyway, I have the rock, paper, scissors, lizard, spock. Everyone knows this, right?
Yeah.
okay? So this has some ID, so I'm just going to copy the ID, by the way. Something very advanced called Notepad. In the old days we had a papyrus, but nowadays we use a Notepad, okay? So this is my team's ID. This is here, and so I'll use this one, okay? So members of a team. Now here they will tell you what's the team. I click on this, and I say members, but I have to enter that number, right? Because it's a reference, right? So members, and when I go here and try to find out what the members are, 1 second, we're just trying to find some space for all of this. Is this still okay or very small? Kind of small, isn't it? Okay, that's only here. Okay, so down here, this is even worse. So down here I have the administrator guy, I have some Joni, I have some Alan, and some Megan. Let's confirm. I don't trust this. Manage team. So members and guests, Joni, Alan, and Megan. Each of them will have its own permissions, etc. But we're happy with this. Okay. Channels of a team which I am a member of. So the actual channels. So again, you have to specify the team, so that's easy, right? And then you just click on Run Query. So this will just take a few seconds, but the team, blah, 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 architecture, so this is all okay. Let's try something new. Channel info. So if I have a specific, wait a minute, I do need one channel. So let's take the general channel just because I have data there. Now this is going to be my ID for the channel. I do need that ID to do the next one. Okay. And remember, these are just examples of how to use the graph. I'm using Teams as an example. This could be some other product. Okay. The logic is always the same. Okay. So let me just go to my notepad and I'm saying this is the team, this is the channel. Okay. And I'm going to use this one. And in this case, I'm just going to go and say channel of the team, which I'm in, channel info. So now I have two things. I have my channel info, which is this one, but I also need the team. So the team would be, this one, so slash, and this would be something like this, okay? And then run query. So this one will tell me the channel info. So general, team for those, architecture design, this was the copy paste of the other thing, right? Okay, if we go down a bit, create a channel. Yes, we can create a channel the same way we created the team. Tabs in a channel. Now this is something that I wanted to see. So I can just say, okay, so let's say this one will be this one. Is this okay? Seems okay. And then teams will be this one. Remember, we can create a channel, right? Okay, so we created a channel, but remember, up to here, this was the sign. You have an up to here, so we have tabs. So this is slash tab, so you get an object inside of that object. And then you say expand, teams app, whatever. So we can just say run query. Okay. So in theory, I should have nothing. Okay. That also helps. So did I get something wrong? So the channel, yeah. My faults. One extra bracket, run channel. Okay. Will this work? Okay. So I have a wiki, which is true. It's always there. I have a wiki. I have a whiteboard. So whiteboard is here. What's the whiteboard's name called? Oh, it's a store, but hopefully there's a name in it. We did bother to rename it, right? So medieval stone tablets here, right? So it seems all right. Yeah. Things are written in stone, apparently. So. Okay. So anyway, items in a team drive. So if you have some files in the files part of that specific team, you will see it. Create chat, send channel message. So I will try channel message now. Okay. So I can just go here, seconds, and I will go to Teams. So again, create channel message. Just going here, Teams, team ID, and I will go into this one, and then I will go into channel ID. Any messages so that I'm not faking this, or someone else is on the other side faking this and pretending to be me. Okay, so contents. Off with their heads. Okay, something like that. Run query. That will work. Okay, so Microsoft Teams, we go to General, and we see that off with their heads is already here. And yes, we can see replies. So here we have a reply. Okay, Let's try to have a look at that a bit later on. So Microsoft Teams Beta will actually give you replies to a message. But first of all, you need to get messages in the channel. So you get all of the messages in. So I have, when they say group ID for something, this is actually the actual name of the teams. They give it some different name for some weird reason. This was confusing for me at first, but it's the same thing. It's the Teams ID. This one is the channel, so very easy. And then message ID, I have no idea, because since I have no idea what they are, I'll just click on messages. Just generically ask for messages, not /ID something, right? So I'll just do this. Okay, so run query, whatever that happens, and I have some messages coming in. Off with their heads is the last one, so that seems fine, okay? But I really wanted the other one because, come on, I need the other one that actually has a reply. Okay, so I'm going to be very lazy and actually reply to this one. That seems easier. Okay. On administrator, reply. Off with their heads, reply. So then I get just the first one. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so enter, so I have a blah, blah, blah. And here, I will need the name of that thing, right? So that conversation, I will need the name of the conversation. So it's off with their head, so I will need some ID, which is going to be this ID. And channel their conversation, that will be the ID here, okay? This can fail terribly wrong. Replies to a message, okay? So I have channel ID messages, and then message ID, and then replies, okay? So let me just paste what I knew before, which was all of this, messages, now message ID, which was this one, and then replies, okay? Run query. This can go terribly. Okay, so I have, sorry, this goes, okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I have it here. So it works fairly okay, right? Okay, a bit more things because otherwise we won't have time for all of this. Microsoft To Do, same thing. So if I get a list of to-do tasks, so if I go to todo.microsofts.com, okay, this will just take a few seconds and we can go. So a to-do thing, get task lists, and we will be able to, it's not blah, 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 I need to go up there and say run, okay? So I have the default list, and I have my Arthur's favorite recipes, which is the one I want. That's strange. And I'll log in, yeah, this one. Request body seems to be somewhere here, so that's interesting. Okay, no worries, but it seems all right. Okay, so anyway, I have Arthur's favorite recipes, nothing inside, Round Kingdom Business, have lunch. So we'll actually use this one. So Round Kingdom Business is this one, and I have my ID, which is this crazy thing over here, okay? And then inside, remember this is a list, right? It's a to-do list, so it's a list, and then you can actually say, to-do/list/something, and you should be able to see Arthur's favorite recipes, so that's okay. Is it items? /items, I could be wrong. Items, it's not items, it's item. No, it's not items. Well, okay, there's something. If you say /something, you get the idea, right? Check the documentation. There's a link here that says documentation. Check it. It's something like /something else. Okay, more things. OneDrive. You can also say get all items in OneDrive, which is okay. So I have a folder here. If you go to OneDrive.office.com. Okay, OneDrive.office.com. Is this still okay?
It's okay.
Okay, so buggy. Okay, hopefully it's just me. Okay. Anyway, I hope it's not lack of internet, but you get the idea. So I have some seconds. I have some files here. Somewhere, so these will be the same files. So OneNote content as well. Some files here somewhere. I'm trying to find the name of the file. In the middle of this, there's going to be files here somewhere. All items in my OneDrive. Okay, what am I missing? So I do have a folder here. Maybe there's something else, but it should be down there. Okay, so my recent files, we saw this file shared with me, search my OneDrive. So I'm not going to run this because I don't have that many things, but I can say Merlin. Okay, but you basically say search. You give it some simple parameters, and you have Merlin is a stinker.excel. Okay, so yeah, that would be a file. Create a folder. That's also easy. You just specify the name of the folder, and it gets created. So that's easy as well. Okay. Now let's have a look at some other things. For mail, it's the same. So gets for instance, this is high importance mail. I can just say me/messages and remove the high importance filter, and I would see all of the messages here. So that would be okay. If you want to have some option, you can do it as well. Okay. Inbox rules. If you want to manage rules for inboxes, etc., it's a bit more advanced, but you can definitely do it. Outlook categories. We have categories in Outlook. Sometimes it's difficult to manage them. Send an email, so it's easy. I'll just show you what it is, but you get the idea. So subject, eat for lunch. Content type, whatever then the content is. And then recipient, this can be to, this can be CC, BCC, the usual things. So that's easy. Anyway, besides that, there's some Outlook Outlook beta email things. So it's email I mentioned, that's also okay. People I work with. Well, that's not going to give me my full list, but it says /me/people. But it will work maybe with 2 or 3 people that I mentioned already. It's probably not going to include all of them, but it does include a few more. I'm not sure if in this case it will include all of them, but it should only include the people I actually work with, right? So anyway, there's more. So personal contacts, this would be me. So my own contacts. If I go to outlook.office.com, working, yeah, this one is working. I click here on contacts, try to figure out people, and I should have at least 1 or 2 contacts here. So Zelda is a contact from Witches LLC Limited Liability Company, and we will see if we can get all of my contacts. Zelda should be there somewhere. So we have Zelda, that's fine. Okay. So planner, we can do searching as well. Security is also interesting. Some case for alerts, etc. Although in my case, I don't have anything to do as an example. Okay. And then users, I can also see users, count users in my tenants. So this will be Office 365 kind of thing. Anyway, you say users, then count not equal to guest, run query. And in my case, I know I have 11, which is okay. But all users in the organization, probably the same 11, assuming. But they will give me a full list for me to do this, okay? Anyway, because we're running a bit out of time, I know we started a bit later, but we're running a bit out of time, but I wanted to mention a few things. So create user, also available. Update user, also available. Delete user, also available. As well as in any other system, there's reading, but there's also writing, okay? Now, this is a nice way to do things as well. So you can do it all from here, or you can use the original SDKs that go direct. But if you want to centralize everything in one simple access, this is one nice way to do it. Okay. I also mentioned that I was going to show you something like this. What do you prefer, .NET Core, .NET Framework, or Core? Okay. It's okay. There's no COBOL support, sadly, but that's okay. So anyway, you have some samples, but there was one that says build your first .NET Core application. Okay. And this would be the one. Create your project. Oh, here we go. Yeah, sorry, here we go. So it's just a few steps, prerequisites that will tell you, oh, you need an Office 365 tenant, blah, blah, blah. That's the easy part. Create a .NET console application, but it could be something else. So all this is very easy, okay? You need to add some things like Azure Identity, Microsoft Graph, and any other you might actually need in some cases, right? But then basically here you have just a nice interface. Nothing here is interesting because it's like just the interface, right? Register the app in the portal. Now this one is important. When you go to portal.azure.com, and this is the best way to do this, at least from my point of view. I'm more of an Azure guy than an Office 365 guy, so I like it from here. So don't worry if this looks a bit different. I have some different colors. I like them. Anyway, so I have, all I have to do is look here to Azure Active Directory. I have like 10 users, so if I click on this, I have those same 10 users. So Alan, Joni, Megan, etc. So all of these users. But if you go here for again, here Contoso, but here app registrations. This is where you register your app. You need this to interact with Active Directory, Azure Active Directory in this case, or Office 365 Active Directory, practically the same thing. But anyway, we are here. So you register the app, you get the information for the app ID, etc. This is all here. You add the authentication to the thing. So just you can say it here, or actually writing code. It's entirely up to you. Okay, and then the actual thing you really do is get a calendar view. So you say graph clients.me requests, select and then display name and mailbox settings, something, and basically you get the results for a calendar view to get the information. Now this seems strange, but let's because we don't have this example as it is. But let me go. Where is this? Let me go to where was it? Graph Explorer. So let me go to just one quick example, like my to-do lists. Seems okay. So you request it, you get some results back, okay? But then when you say code snippets, you actually have an example that says graph client me to-do dot lists dot request get async. Okay. Now get async will always exist, so that's okay. All of the stop part from the beginning here will always exist. The only thing that really changes is the middle part. And in the case of doing something like teams, we tried teams, members of the team. This is not fine. Okay, off with your head. But anyway, this one, just to show you very quickly, if I tried the team, this one, I say run query, so you do get results. So they will tell you groups, something like this, members. Okay, so obviously you need to use that as a variable. It makes much more sense, right? But the actual example, you can use it like this. Obviously, before you need to run this, but you do this at the beginning of the application. I don't know, something like that. And remember, if you don't like C#, if you can do it in Visual Basic. It looks pretty much the same, except the semicolons at this moment. You can do it in PHP, Python, whatever you want. As I mentioned, no COBOL, no assembly. Really sad. Those are the ones we really want in medieval times, but not available. Okay, having said that, one last thing, which is very quick, but I'll just mention this very, very quickly, which is all of this information is also available in other places. So, Andre, do you know where?
Power BI, of course.
I got a bit ahead of myself. Oh, update, cancel. Oh, I'm actually doing the wrong one. I actually asked for Power BI. I just saw the Power BI texts. I didn't really read the last line, right? Okay, but when you go to Power BI, let me just get rid of this one. So when you go to Power BI, there was actually a connector. It's taking a bit of time, but hopefully this will be okay. There's actually a connector that allows you to connect some things in your system. So if you want to use your application, that makes perfect sense. This is why we're here. This is Microsoft Graph, etc. If you want to access the information using Power BI just for visualization purposes, you have a few options here. So let me just get rid of this one. And let's say, oh, sorry, get data, and then more. And then you have a few options. So Azure Active Directory is one, right? So you can play Active Directory is one, but you can also have Exchange. And for some of the examples we saw, Exchange is okay. Exchange Online, okay, so connects. And because I have no idea what the password is going to be for that user, I will use a different one. So Trump adds. Don't send me spam on this one. I already have enough spam on this thing. Because people actually spam people called Trump. I'm not kidding. You can actually go here and say calendar, mail, people, etc. This will be mostly empty, but if you say, if you try to see a Power Query with this, and I'm not going to explain that much about Power BI because all of these sessions before, after, and the next one will actually be about Power BI as well. But in terms of the email, for instance, I have disposable masks. Would you like to feel safe, etc. I have no idea why I have these so many things. I didn't advertise the Trump ads address. This is all terrible. But for instance, let's say I want to figure out where this comes from. So I have my name and address. I can expand this. So I say OK. So now I've expanded this. Just one quick example. I do apologize running a bit over lunch, but we didn't start a bit later. So you can see the amount of emails that I have. So once you expand the email, what you can do is, I'm not going to do that now, but I'm just going to say close and apply once that is done. And what you can do is that you can take this email address, will probably repeat. So this one and this one is actually repeated. You can do it from here, you can do it from Power BI. But for instance, if you want to do it from here, so if you say scoop by sender address, okay? So let's say I'm going to get rid of this one, sender address, counts, let's say counting counts, okay? You know, from Sesame Street. And if you try something like this, the guy looks maybe evil as well, it counts. So anyway, when you get the result, you will be able to see the people who are your biggest spammers, okay? And you have the map view, the one like tree map or whatever that's called, the one that shows like a big squares of things. I usually use that a lot to see my biggest spammers. Spoiler alert, the half of my emails, which is like 60 gigabytes of emails, half of my emails come from 20 different email addresses only, okay? So you can tell I have a lot of spammers. I'm not going to mention names, but you know, some of them are well famous. Anyway, this will take just a few seconds to load. In the meantime, I'll just mention a few of these. So graph.microsoft.com, docs.microsoft.com/graph. So these are obvious. All of the documentation is always very obvious in these places. Graph Explorer, developer.microsoft.com/graph, and then just click on Graph Explorer. So that will be easy. Okay. You also have the getting started options for multiple languages. Okay. So getting back to this, I'm still there. Okay. Still bad. Okay. So in the meantime, let's see if anyone has a question while the thing is loading. Question, please answer.
You gave an example of sending emails through Outlook. Is it possible also to attach files, and especially if the files are residing on OneDrive or on SharePoint?
That is actually a good question.
Always good.
So if you are attaching them from somewhere, that seems much easier, right? Because you can write it in HTML, just put a link there, and it works very quickly. If you are actually attaching the thing, probably a bit more difficult. Maybe it is possible, I haven't tried, but a bit more difficult. But the biggest issue here is always when you have a file that you want to add, is how do you reference it? If it's just for instance, all of the files that you saw in the list, you actually had HTTP addresses to actually access them. So I can just click on that file and actually see them. For instance, let me just try to see if that is already available. Well, this one is still loading, but let me just try a slightly different demo, which I didn't do, which is OneNotes. So I have OneNotes. If I say my notebooks, I just have one. But if I say my sections, I will be able to see a few sections, I'm assuming. Response preview, untitled section, something like that. Do I have any others? More.org, etc., etc. So let's assume that this is what I want. So ID something like this. Why don't we have one? Or do I have more? I'm not sure. But what I want to try is OneNotes.office.com. What I want to show is an actual image there. Okay. So I'll show you how that moves referencing the graph. To do it the other way around might be equivalent, I'm assuming. Okay. Come on, don't do this to me. Okay, so I have no idea what the username and password are. Sorry. I really don't. But that's okay. Let me just show you this in the graph. So my pages. Hopefully this works out okay. And I have some pages. Goal attack locations, which is I'm attacking goal apparently, right? So if I want to see the actual page, maybe I can go here. Copy. Say pages / this one. Okay. And then query. Then I should have a goal attack plan, which is goal attack location. And then down here, I'll actually see kingdom invasion plans, which was actually text. Apologies for not showing you this. But then you have graph.something. So one of these should be the one that I want. So display name, one of these, which is OneNote web URL, probably this one, I'm assuming. Let's try it. I'm not sure, but probably this one. So let's go into a different window. And I have maybe this works. Oh no, this is Okay, this is the one I wanted to show you. So this is actually the one. But I wanted to show you a link. One of these links, whatever that is going to be the image, right? So content URL, that's not the one. One of these, I'm not sure which one it is, maybe this one. Well, actually, which second is parent section? It's this parent section, so probably not. It's something like this.
Remove the quotes.
Should I, is there a quote? Okay. Okay. No, it tried the last time I used it, but, for some reason it's not working. But you get the idea. One of these links will be from that page. I promise you, I did try it yesterday. When we go for a break or lunch, I will try this again and show you, but just take my word for this that this is true, okay? Let's go to Power BI to see if we have some. Okay, this one is spam, but you have like, this one has 20, the other ones have more, etc. So there's more and more spammers. Some of the ones are things that kept sending to me, and I just send them to spam. So I have a lot of these, like 31 spammers, and the other one, etc. So these are actually practical. There's one big one, a smaller one down here, etc. Okay. Anyway, any more questions?
You said that we can get list of files on OneDrive, etc.
Yeah.
Is it working only on file level? Can we go deeper and do something with the contents of this file, like example, extracting the text from a Word document or something?
So for the Excel, there's actually options for Excel here. Okay. So in the case of Excel, probably you'll be able to play around with some of these things. For others, like I don't know, Word, etc., maybe not yet. But you are able to get the address for the whole file and then download it and then do whatever.
No, I mean that to use this Microsoft Graph, for example, to manipulate the files. Or the only thing that I can do is, for example, to download the file, use Open XML SDK to do something like that and replace the contents.
Okay, so in this case, you can do both, but only the Excel. Okay, with other types, maybe in the future.
Yes.
Okay, but with Excel, at least from the examples that you have here, calculate loan payment, etc. Some of these will allow you to change something. Okay, so that seems reasonable. How far ahead can you change it? I'm not sure, to be honest with you. But yeah, this is a very good question because this is one of the things you might want to do in the graph. Let's say take an Excel file with a list of users and create it or something like that. So it would be a good idea to use it. Yeah. Okay. More questions. I don't have chocolates like I told you before. Sorry. I have a light bulb from one of the sponsors. Well, the sponsors don't give out chocolates, but they do give out light bulbs, so you can have one each. Anyway, almost at the end of the session, 2 more slides. So, first of all, thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Okay, this is really nice. And yet again, that image is not faked. Okay, so yesterday or the day before, actually on Thursday, I literally went to Legoland just to take photos to come here. Okay, this is false. This is not true. I was actually there, but just happened to be there. But I took photos, and I'm here in the session now. So let's pretend that this was deliberate. Okay. And in Denmark, they have some really nice places that still look like medieval, like the countryside, and those are really nice. Go there and visit. You'll spend all your money there. But this is a nice place. Anyway, before we go for lunch, and once again, thank you very much, everyone. Just to mention that after lunch, we're going to have a Power BI session with multiple spells and mystification and things like that. So feel free to join us and Galina next after lunch. But for now, let's get some food. Okay? Thank you very much. Okay, lunchtime. I'll just leave here until you swap it.
Пусти.
Подкарах го. Подкарах го. По някаква причина се пускаше другия.
Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result? End of low-value repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI-driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result? End of low-value, repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX/UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI-driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първият вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result? End of low-value, repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution, stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable. gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result? End of low-value, repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution, stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI-driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Yes.
So, hi everyone. My name is Kalina Ivanova, and I'm really excited to be part of this event today. This one is a little bit more special to me because it's my first event as a speaker. And a few words about me. I'm passionate about Power BI and about achieving business impact with data. Currently, I'm working as data analytics consultant at Batis. And today I'll share with you my experience around working with Power BI data flows and to look into how we can use them to accelerate the data culture within a company. Um, Going to the agenda, I'll start with high-level overview. Then we'll go through some use cases depending on the company size. I'll cover some of the main functionalities for Pro and Premium, and I also prepared some exciting demos for you. Throughout the presentation, if you are curious about something, feel free to interrupt me and ask me questions. Now, starting with the overview. So in the overview, I'll cover what are Power BI data flows, who are the right individuals who should create data flow within a company, how data flows are different than Power BI datasets, and we'll look into refresh types, licensing available, popular features, and most importantly, we'll create one from scratch. Now, data flows have been on the market for almost 3 years, evolving since then, and essentially, we may say that this was something available even earlier, so it's simply Power Query, and this functionality was available in Power BI Desktop. Everyone who's going Power BI Desktop through this transform tab, apply some transformations, Now, the challenge with this is that there's no way to have governance over these transformations. Um, you can't be sure that all company policies are applied while developing these transformations. There's no way to endorse or certify them, and therefore they can't be reused by other teammates. And what Power BI data flows gives us is exactly this. So we can have some ETL transformations, and we can combine them in one workspace, put them in centralized location on the cloud, and they are ready for other business users to take advantage of them. Now, I took this as description order Power BI data flows from another cut, and I find that it's really informative, and it really helps you understand what data flows are. So key part of this is that it's running in the cloud and it's running independently from any other Power BI reports. Now, in a nutshell, this is self-service data prep, and yeah, it's not bounded to any report, to any data set. The individuals who should ideally create data flows are business users with great and deep domain knowledge in a specific area, but also users who are in the same time familiar with our Power BI development, users who are familiar with best practices while developing with Power BI. And yeah, Power BI data flows is cloud-only feature. So if you're using Power BI report service or some of the features on-prem, you won't be able to take advantage of data flows. When it comes to storage, it's this service is backed by the Azure Data Lake Gen 2, and in terms of size, it depends on your Pro or Premium license. So with Pro, you have 10 GB, with Premium 100 terabytes. And of course, if you have your own Azure Data Lake, if you have larger volumes of data, you can connect, your data lake to be used instead of the one that Microsoft provides. Now I will jump to the Power BI service, and we'll develop one data flow. I created one workspace especially for this event, and I've chosen to create data flow for something that you can do with your Pro account. So we create a calendar table with M-code that can be reused across company. So this is quite a common use case. Imagine that you have a physical calendar that's specific for your company. Another use case is if you have some currency table that's also specific for the company. And these are things that you can implement with mScript. So once we are in the service, in the workspace, we can go on New, we select data flow, and we define new data flow entity. So entity is nothing else but simply table. That's how a table is called in the data flows world. And so here you already see a familiar UI from connectivity point of view to desktop. I'll start with blank query. And I don't need to set gateway in this case. So if you're using some database that's on-prem, you need to set gateway as well. Now, I'll first create some parameters for start and here. And I'll duplicate this for and here. Now I'll edit by using the advanced editor, the encode. So nothing special here. Sample columnar table. And okay. Now we can either do some transformations here, or I can hit save and close. For now, I'll go with the field that I already have and click save and close. So let's give it a proper name. Folder. Once I hit save, this creates the data flow entity, and it creates the schema underneath. But what's important to remember is that you need to refresh this data flow, and when you refresh it, it pulls data and stores it into the data lake. So I'll open Power BI Desktop, new file just to showcase that briefly. And I'll use Power BI data flows as a source. Let's give it a minute to connect. And here you'll see all of the data flows that I have available to use. And here is my twin calendar table that we created. And yeah, you'll see that this table is empty. That's because I did not refresh. So I'll go back to service now and hit refresh. When it comes to refreshes, we have refresh now, and we also have scheduled refresh. And with premium, we also have incremental refresh. Something that's quite important and positive about data flows is that it can really improve refresh time. So when you use data flow, you're able to isolate the most time-consuming operations like aggregations, filters, data ingestion, and when you put that in separate entity, different than a PDIX file where we have visuals and DAX code, this speeds up performance. Now this the flow is refreshed, and if I go back to desktop, you'll see it here. So you can load it as any other table and start using it for creating visuals. Another cool functionality that's premium is that we can use already existing data flows and only link them to other workspaces. So this is something called linked entities, and I'll go in another workspace that I created. And here, when creating new data flow, I can choose linked tables from other data flows. What this does is really it creates a link. So it does not duplicate data. So here you will notice this blue icon next to my table that notifies that this is linked entity. And what's quite important is also this message here. So linked entities can be edited in this workspace. They're to be taken from another workspace and used straight. If you want to add some additional fields, let's say that we want, we don't have started in this calendar table, and we need to add that, we can right-click on this linked entity and create reference. And you'll notice that this creates another table, and this table is with this lightning sign. So this is something called computed entity. And here we can add another column. Let's say start. Here. And I'll save it. Another benefit of using Power Query online with data flows is that here you can see each applied step, if it does folding or not. That's something that's not visible in desktop. So in desktop, you need to right-click on each operation and see if you can see this source query. So that's something that's quite convenient. When it comes to limitations of Pro versus Premium, something worth mentioning is that with Pro, you have some limits on refresh time. So your refresh time for data flow needs to be maximum 3 hours, and the maximum refresh time per entity in data flow should be maximum of 2 hours. So if you have two giant transaction tables, and each one takes 2 hours to be refreshed. Then these entities needs to be in different data flows. Or something you can think of is improving the refresh by rearranging applied steps or applying some abbreviations and filters. Something else, so we can't use data flows within my workspace. It needs to be a company workspace. Also, you don't have these limitations with Premium. Let's say if you're using Premium per user. Something else that you can use if you find that Premium is quite expensive for you, but you need something functionalities, is to use Power BI embedded Azure resource. So it's still expensive, but you can turn it on and off depending on your needs. It's £8 per hour right now. Now I go back to my slides. The next thing I would like to cover is why adopting data flows. And to answer that, I would like to go one step back and share with you different ways how I've seen Power BI being used across different company sizes. And I'll start with small companies. So what I've often seen here is we have multiple data sources. So we have some cloud files, we have one or two databases, some online services. We download Power BI desktop, connect these sources, create calculated columns, create some transformations with M scripts, then create bugs, visuals in the very same file, and use this one single PBIX file as reporting solution. And that's absolutely fine if you're not focused on governance and it satisfies your needs in terms of model size. But I'm keen to show you how you can use data flows in this scenario to enhance this architecture. So this is again architecture for small companies, but with this data flow layer. So what we have here again are our data sources, and we have our PBIX file, our data set. But the difference here is that the data flow isolates the data source from the data set. And this can help in many ways. One of them, for example, is imagine that you have 50 different reports, and they're all connected to some ERP or some transactional system. And if you're refreshing these reports, they all hit the data source, and you may suffer performance issues on the ERP itself or on the transaction system. And this is something that you don't want to happen. So you can use data flows for this. If you create data flow and add all the tables that you need in data flow, you can connect all of your reports to this data flow. So in this case, you hit the source only once. Then you have data. You have this staging layer in Azure Data Lake, and all of your reports are pointing to this data flow, so you don't suffer these performance issues. Another scenario is more from security perspective. If you have one database with hundreds of tables in it, and let's say some of them are HR related, others are sales related, and you don't want to give access to random business users to this whole database. What you can do instead is create different data marts and put all tables relevant to HR in one data flow, tables relevant to sales in another data flow, and give access to specific users to specific data flows. Of course, you can do that in the database with setting up security there, but this is just an alternative way how you can set up security quite easily with low-code solution. Another useful scenario is if you have giant transaction tables and you don't need reporting at this granularity. Let's say that you have transactions and queue records added to your database every 5 minutes, but you're interested in reporting on day level only for data from the past 3 years. Now, if you connect to the data source in this table, you have a giant model, and you suffer again these performance refresh issues every time you select even a slicer on a report. But if you have this in a data flow, if you filter the data only for the last 3 years, if you aggregate this data, you will overcome this issue. Another convenient thing that you can do is if you have on-prem database. So if you have reports connected to on-prem databases, when you refresh them, you need to connect each and every report to gateway. And so you don't want all of the users that create reports to manage gateways, to random access, etc. So something you can do is create one gateway centrally for this data flow, and in this case, business users that create reports, they don't need to deal with gateways at all. Now, another use case is if you're mid or enterprise level company, then maybe your architecture looks something similar to this with Microsoft Stack. So again, you have your data sources, and you use some Azure resources to ingest data. You use Data Factory to orchestrate the movement of data between training, between data warehouse. Another scenario is to use signups, only one Azure resource for that. In both cases, then you have some semantic layer, depending on your preferences. This can be Power BI dataset with Power BI Premium or analytics services, and have your reports on top. And this is the perfect solution for enterprise level BI solution, to have this modern data warehouse and have this semantic layer that satisfies all of the reporting needs you have across your company. But what happens normally over time is that you need more and more data. You want to have some additional fields added to this semantic layer. You may also have new applications in your company, and you also want to analyze the data coming from there. So yeah, what happens is that demand for reports rises, and it really takes a lot of time to add new data source, even a few fields to semantic layer and to data warehouse solution, because there are a lot of considerations while building this semantic layer. So what you can do instead as addition is to use your warehousing solution, reports from there, but also to use data flows as addition for new sources, so we can have as new entities, new applications, new fields, and quickly create reports from there, because we know that time is essence, and sometimes if you need weeks or months to have something in a warehouse, maybe some opportunities already passed. We need quick solutions, and yeah, this is a way how you can provide that. Ideally, all data flows should be in centralized workspace that's managed by IT, and only people who are knowledgeable with all their best practices should create them. And data flows can be endorsed, they can be certified in a similar fashion as we can endorse and certify datasets. So yeah, that's my suggestion for mid and enterprise companies. And I prepared some additional demos for you. So these demos are on some premium functionalities. I created one for AI insights and for machine learning. I will start with the AI insights one. I'll create new data flow and show you how you can easily use this to build low-code solutions and take advantage of the trained models of Microsoft. So you create a new entity. The data set that I prepared is from hotels. So we have hotel reviews in different languages. I don't need gateway in this case because I'll connect to my OneDrive and take the file from there. Now this is something that you need to check. It's around firewall. So if you don't check this, you may experience some error messages when calling these AI functions. So if we take a look at data sets, we have IDs of reviews, we have reviews date, reviewers' names and their comments. And here we have this AI insights functionality. I'll select this. And what we have in terms of AI is language detection. So we can see what's the language of the comment. We also have things like semantic analysis and keywords extractions and extract images. I'll start with detecting the language. So I'm selecting this function and I want to apply it to the comments field in my dataset. Let's hit apply and give it a few seconds. It will output two fields, one with the language and one with the language ISO code. So you can see that we have comments in English, German, French, Italian, etc. And in a similar fashion, we can go again and apply different functions. This time we can apply key phrases. Again, on the comments field. And I'll use the field that we just created for language. And so on and so forth. Okay. So I need another field for that.
Was it the correct field? You had two. One of them was the
Yeah,
full
I
extension.
translated the full language, and I needed the ISO code.
I think we selected one from top. Maybe we can
Yeah.
increase the window so you can see the exact number.
Yeah. So yeah, it's fine now. I have my key phrases extracted from the comments. And I can save that. Something else that we can do is apply AutoML. So I'll show you something that I've already created for AutoML. In this case, I have two tables. I have my clients database with clients where I know if they're churners or not. And I want to create a machine learning model that's able to predict if some of my newly acquired clients are, if they can churn or not. What's really the most expected thing for them. And here what we have in this clients, internet service clients. Here I have this churn column that's notifying if my client is churner or not. And the other data set I have is with new clients. So here I don't have this information. What I can do is go and create machine learning model. And I want to create this machine learning model based on the table where I know the outcome. I'll select my churn column and hit next. On the next page, I'm presented with opportunities. So different machine learning models that are relevant to the data set that I uploaded. And in this case, Microsoft recognizes that the most relevant one is binary prediction, and it's the only one I've been presented. So I'm interested to see tuners, and I can give them more user-friendly names, like tuners, and let's say loyal clients, and hit next. On the next step, I need to select the columns, the predictors that I consider important for this model and for deciding if client is tuner or not. I'll stick with the fields that are posed by Microsoft based on the correlation. And on the next window, I can select the name of my model. Let's say prediction. And I can select training time. Now this takes around 10 to 15 minutes in order to be effective and provide meaningful results. So I'll cancel that for now. And I'll show you what it outputs once the model is trained. So while the model is being trained, there are two entities created in the data flow based on the internet service clients. So we have our training data and our testing data set. And we also have these calculated tables that contain the result of our classification. Something interesting that we have is also one report that's being created for us. So this report allows us to analyze in detail how the model is performing. Here we have the opportunity to adjust our threshold depending on our business case. We can also see what our top predictors are. And if we select some of the predictor, we can see more detailed information around it. So in this case, it turns out that what matters most for our classification model is the remaining time of the contract. You have some further tabs on this report, so you can see some statistics around it. You also have some training details. You can see what are the models. So in this case, it's small data set, quite heavily used and well known, and that's why it's with 100%, and that's why only one iteration is needed. So if we are happy with this model, we can go to our workspace and we can apply this model to our new client dataset. We can do that from the machine learning tab. Apply ML model, and we select the table where we want this model to be applied. Now these are all the demos I prepared, and I also prepared some sample reports that you can build on top of this analysis. So that's for the churn analysis. For example, here I have split between loyal customers, potential churners, and I have some graphs, some visuals for the most um, valuable predictors, which were remaining contract length, and the second one is subscription age. And I also have one report for AI insights. So this is something that I built on top of the keywords, and this is based on the sentiment score. So this concludes my presentation. Now I hope that you learned something new that you can use, and I'm really happy to answer your questions if you have some.
For the AI insights and for machine learning, etc., can you tell us what licensing is required for that?
Yeah. So these need premium. So yes, we know premium is quite expensive, but you can use premium per user or Azure embedded resource for Power BI. We need A4 for these functionalities to work. Yeah. Any other questions?
No chocolate this
No?
time.
Okay. Yeah, at our first company presentations, we mentioned that we are giving away hammocks, and yeah, it's hammock time on my presentation. So, who will describe what are data flows with one sentence, with a few words? What did you learn from this presentation?
Transforming your data to a suitable format.
Okay. Thank you. Any other answers? That's accurate. Okay, and the second question, do Power BI data flows replace Power BI data sets? No. Okay. And do you still need data warehouse solution if you use Power BI data flows?
It depends on what you know. You can use it by thought house.
Sorry.
You can use thought house. It's not necessary to use data warehouse.
Yeah, so I meant this question from enterprise perspective, like,
I didn't want to answer before.
Yeah.
For data warehouse, the traditional data warehouse that you get in Azure, that's obviously very expensive.
Yeah.
You know, €1, 130 per hour. So yeah, that's very expensive to use. Nowadays there are alternatives. You can use things like Synapse, which you can get your logical data warehouses, in which you base it yourself in data lakes, etc., and you create things like external tables. It still simulates your environment, but you get it much cheaper. But the concept in the end to actually receive it from Power BI is still the same.
Yeah, I guess how it goes to you.
Thank you.
And if you like what you've seen and you have any questions to us, if you find my talk exciting and you want to join us, here I again our opportunities right now. So yeah, we're happy to speak to you, and thanks for your attention.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Okay, hello. It's nice to be in person here in Sofia. I know that a lot of people are covering us and looking at the streaming online, so hello to them as well. Today I will talk about how to create a mixed reality in Microsoft Power Apps application without any using a high amount of the code, using so-called low code or citizen developer solution. I'm Tomislav Bronzin, and my colleague Dmitrija Latric, who cannot be here today, but we are all Microsoft MVPs for Office 365. We did a lot of projects, especially in the field of the mixed reality, but also Power Apps, Office teams, creating applications that are connecting this real world with the digital twins. Thank you to the sponsors for enabling us to do this and to share our knowledge and experience with a lot of people that are looking at this presentation. So for start, what is Power Apps? Power Apps is a suite of applications, services and connections that enables data to be shown and visualized in a way that is very, very low code, so it doesn't require a lot of coding. It is actually suited for the business people that knows the domain, business domain, but what actually it enables them to use their knowledge of how to create PowerPoint presentation on one hand, and on the other hand to use the Excel formulas and create some activities, triggers, and manipulate the data within the applications. And also, the Power Apps is able to connect with different data sources, starting from SharePoint, Excel Online, but also to connect to the real, I would say, a little bit stronger data sources like SQL Server, Oracle databases using the gateway. It can also connect to the on-premise database. So it's very, very easy to do so. And what is most important, it is part of Microsoft Office 365 suite, which means that all these things are very secure. It is highly available, so you don't need to think about the infrastructure. Microsoft is thinking about this infrastructure for you in the backend. You have the security right from the box. So if your business is connected with Microsoft Active Directory, or at least Active Directory, Azure Active Directory online, so if you are using Office 365, then you have the security accounts, you have the ability to do the permissions within these applications. And what is also very important, all access to the data is separate from the security that is enabling users to use the application. So if user is able to use the application, it also needs to have permission to access the data. So it's very secure, it's very manageable environment, and allows to create applications, forms, and workflows without writing code. Also, what is very important is that it runs on any device. So you can run in browser or on the Windows system, or you can run in browser on Mac, you can run on mobile phones, tablets. So it's both a web and mobile enabled from the start. So you don't need to think about this. So what I'm talking today is how actually you can use mixed reality features that are available just from recent time. It's from April 5th, 2020. So it actually enables you to use a component, which is like a logo, building block, drag it and drop it on the canvas, on a place where you actually build the application, and that's it. This is what is enough to view objects in 3D, to view it in mixed reality. So I can use a mobile phone, so I will show it later, to point it to this floor, position 3D virtual object, and be able to enlarge it, be able to go all over it. So also it enables us to do the measures in mixed reality. So if you have some space that you need to measure to put the furniture or some machinery, whatever, you can do this by using this component. So just to be sure that everybody knows all the conditions, for using these mixed reality features and components, you need to have these virtual objects in 3D in so-called GLB format, which is, and 2D images must be in JPEG and PNG format. So this is actually a good news. Why? Because the 3D builder, which is actually application that is coming, it was coming with Windows 10 now with Windows 11 as well. You can actually do this 3D visualization in a tool that is already installed on most Windows devices. Also, the good news is we will see later that there is a lot of assets that are available in this format, and I will actually use one asset library for this application as well. So how actually this is done? You actually use this component like you are doing this from the, like on the PowerPoint. You just press and say insert component, place it there, configure it to the properties, and actually you have all the capabilities of viewing objects in 3D, mixed reality objects, and so on. So what is actually needed to be run on the mobile devices? You need to have ARKit for the iOS, for the Apple devices, but for Android you need to install so-called AirCore services. Unfortunately, not all Android devices support this augmented reality, which is obvious because of the limitation of their computing power, graphic processor, and so on. But the good news for Apple users is that all Apple devices are supporting AirKit. So AirCore services need to be installed on Android, AirKit on iOS. So what is actually the simple scenario for today that I wanted to present? It is one application for so-called interior decoration application, which will make user able to choose among different lists, different products, furniture that can be placed in the space, like here in this room. And first, we will make user capable to search through the list, depending on the category of the list, of the products. And then later on, when the user choose one of these products to visualize in the space, we'll show the 3D model of this product. After this, we will make user able to start MR, mixed reality mode, and go through this room, and automatically this component will actually find the horizontal surfaces like floors or this tabletop, and you can place, for example, this chair on the floor, or some tall vase, like put a flower vase on the desk and so on, and look how it looks in the space. You can stretch it or make it smaller, or you can even go around these 3D objects in the space with the mobile phone and see how it looks like from different angles. So how it looks like, this is the first step actually to build the application. You need to find the models. You can build yourself, or you can go to this link, apa.ms/models, and I will just show you. This is the things just to see. Okay, so I just need to go out to the presentation mode of the application. Okay. To switch to the screen sharing. Okay, just to a little bit wait to show the. Okay, you can now see it. So this is the experimental control assets. Actually, there is a lot of this, as you see, 3D models, pictures, and so on. The easiest way to get these 3D models is just to go here in GitHub and say download zip. So I'm not doing it because it's a large file, but I will actually show it how it looks like. This is the zip file with the assets, and inside these assets there's a lot of these 3D controls, objects along with their picture in 2D. So if I double click on one of these 3D objects, actually it opens 3D builder, 3D viewer. So I can go through, and you can see this vase. I can go and I can make it larger. I can make it smaller. I can go around, so I can view it in the 3D environment. I can also apply different, you see,
filters, lightings, scenarios, and so on. So simple or more complex, of course, animation and effects. There is another way also to do this. There is asset store at unity.com, and also there is a marketplace. So if you need some object to be built and you are not very artistic, you can actually ask somebody for you to do it and use this. So is it the already made models that are available here for free using Microsoft 3D Builder? So you can actually start with one model and create another, or build it from the scratch a new one, or go to the Unity Asset Store. There is also a lot of free models, but of course everything that is free is not mandatory, good. So you can also ask for these models to be built. Okay, so the next thing is, you just need to wait a little bit to switch to the presentation mode. Okay, so this is the first step, find models. So we can say that we have found those models online. The second step is to create a folder structure. So what we actually will do, we will actually use the OneDrive personal or OneDrive for business, doesn't matter, to store files. So to store model files, picture files, and all 3D model files, and to store the Excel file, which will actually be the data source for our application to read from. And this is the project folder structure, and this is how the Excel spreadsheet should look like. You can see here up on the like the names of the columns. The first is name, the second is the 3D model, and there is in the square brackets it says image, and also you can see the same mark on the picture. It actually is like in the relationship database we have actually said this is not a text field, it's a blob. So you should go to this location URL. Here you can use the internet addresses, or you can use local addresses on the storage, local storage like we have here. The point means root folder and then / the subfolder and so on and so on. So we have located where it should be the 3D models. We have also have location where it should be the program should read pictures, and we have names, the prices, and description, of course, standard low rates and description as well, and categories. The categories will be used to search and filter all these products. I have limited this number of the products to this one. Of course, it could be something else. It can be a number of these products, but then you need to also ensure that the proper user experience, that users can actually find the right products between these all products. So after we did all that, we find what we will actually show, we configure the database, we enable user to find the products and to choose the product. We actually need to establish the way how the application will connect to this data. And this is done by using so-called connectors. So we start creating a Power Apps application. We are able to create from the templates, which means like a canvas or model, templates, or start from the scratch. We will start from the scratch, but Microsoft can help you actually to a little bit boost this development if you choose one of these templates that I already mentioned. So what are the connectors? Connectors enable us to connect our application with data source. So it can be, like I said, Excel file that I already said, Excel file that is located online, that are located in OneDrive, a Dropbox, whatever. It can be also Microsoft Teams, it can be a SharePoint list, but also it can be, for example, Office 365 user list that you can connect to. As I already said, because we are using these Power Apps as a part, as one of the service of Office 365, we are using all the security that is already in place there. So if the user doesn't have access either to application or the data, which is separating, then the user cannot use the application. Even the user has access to the application, but not access to the data. This is not good. It will not happen. It will not enable user to use the application. What are all other connectors that are available? So you can connect to the SQL Server, either in cloud or on-premise by using so-called data gateways. So you can establish the gateway in your system, which will connect to the Microsoft server, and this will actually route all the requests for connection to this server. Even if it's on-premise, it will look like you're hosting this in the cloud. So the similar is for the Oracle database. You can also connect to different other data sources like Salesforce, like Twitter. So you can actually analyze if somebody is tweeting about some product, and make some kind of monitoring, whatever. And there is, of course, the list of these connectors on aka.ms/connectors. But the most important thing is to be, to understand that not all the connectors are included in the license that comes with Office 365. Some of these connectors are so-called premium connectors. So you need to buy additional license. But in this lecture today, I will not go to these licensing prices. This is something for somebody who is in the business of selling licenses. But just to know that you just need to check what kind of connectors are included in the license you have. So what is the next step? After we establish everything that I already mentioned, we are actually creating an environment. Environment starts with creating the first screen. It's a canvas. It's a piece of paper on which we will start to write. And what we are doing, we are actually creating screens. This object is called screen. It is container. In this container, we are putting controls. Controls can be also containers of other controls. For example, gallery container, gallery control, we'll see later. The only purpose of this control is to contain different items inside it. So it's container, but all controls can be controlled. So we will actually use drag and drop capability, put the gallery, control on this canvas, and create by this drop-down list by category. So first the category drop-down list, and then gallery below that will actually contain items that will have picture of the item, the title or the description, the name of the item, and the price of the item. And also we will have the button, we will have actually this whole, part item to be pressable as a button. So when you are using on the mobile phone, you don't need to try to find where is the button, just press it and that's it. The second thing is when we have this list, we want to show the details about each item. So what we actually are doing, we are providing sufficient space to present this item in 3D. And also we will add, this button here, on the left down part of below the chair, which looks like something like this atomium, in the Great Brussels, this sculpture. That actually we will open the mixed reality screen. It will actually open the camera view, So just one thing that you should know, and it's very important, for using all the device capabilities, you need to ask user permission. So the Power Apps on the mobile phone will ask you first time it's run that if the application can access the camera, and you should say yes, because otherwise you will not be able to use mixed reality in the mobile on the mobile device. We will also provide navigation to previous screen, and that's it. What actually is related to this part of creating application. I will now just go to the screen where we are about to just show what I have talked about. So as you see here, just a second to move this a little bit. Okay, here. So when I go to Power Apps, and I have already done this demo, but I will show it before we actually go through all the details. So as you remember, I said that we need to have drop down with the list of the categories. We need to have this gallery with all the items in the picture and this one here, title or name, and we need to be able to filter this. And you can see a little lag, between I'm clicking on this on the screen and this that is populated. This is because it actually is live data. So what actually this application is doing, it's actually is reading what is placed here. This is the 3D model. And it also reads the Excel file that I already mentioned. And just be careful, you cannot run at the same time application and go to the Excel file. This is like, you can think about this exclusive lock, either from the user side or from the application side. This is why I made a copy of this map on the OneDrive. You can see up here that this is my business OneDrive. There is, of course, the folder, and there is files within this OneDrive. So as I said, these are the name of the items, the path to see where is the 3D definition, price, description, category, picture, and this column is something, and this one is something that you should not touch. This is something which is used by the Power Apps for housekeeping. So just don't touch it. It will be automatically added by the application. So we will not show this in this demo, but this means also that Power Apps can also update or insert the data in the data source, not just to show it and present it like in PowerPoint. So this is the app. So we have 3D models here. We have pictures or model photos here in this this here. This is what we are actually showing in the Power Apps application. So I'll just go back to the application. You can see that the application is actually running within the browser. So it actually means that it can run on any devices that is capable, to showing the websites. So I have filtered these products. I will use, for example, this tall plant. I double click it on it, and what now application actually goes back to the OneDrive. It reads the definition of this 3D, object. As you can see, I can manipulate it. So I did so-called digital twin of this object in the, non-reality. The problem is that I cannot run this, because my laptop doesn't have camera. So the thing is, it's a special, workstation for the VR AR, and instead of having the camera here, it actually you plug in some much more capable camera or device here. But what I will do here, I will actually use the application, which probably you met before. It's a TeamViewer. Doesn't have anything in this case with the VR, but it will actually allow me to connect to my mobile device. I will start the screen broadcasting, and I will go to the Power Apps application. So you probably now see up there that you cannot. Okay. I was just wondering that the people online needs to be able to see what I'm actually sharing. I'll try to find another window that is actually showing what I am sharing here. Yes, okay. So now, I'll just repeat what I have done. I have connected with TeamViewer to the mobile phone, and now I'm actually, you can see in the middle of the screen my mobile phone. I'll start Power Apps, application. So for using Power App application on the devices, you need to have a shell, which is called Power Apps, application that you can free download from the application store. But then when you log in, you are actually logging in like in Power BI that we saw before in your environment. The environments that you can access with your login and password. And when you do that, you actually see all the applications that are published, and it's available for you to see. So again, it's security. So that also means that it's actually meant to be used internally in enterprise. But new licenses that are available from the recent period enables us to publish these Power Apps applications, like for Power BI as well, for the external users. Of course, we will pay some extra money, and so on and so on. But this will actually enable us to create applications that are able to be used by other users as well. So what I will actually do, I'm now clicking on the demo that I have prepared before, and I'm opening the same application that you saw in the browser there. So this is the same case on all devices, tablets, mobile phones, and Android and iOS, doesn't matter. So as you see, I can do the filtering, I could do all the stuff that I already have done, and I can do the planned thing that I was doing the same thing before. So again, I have the application on the mobile phone connecting to the cloud where my data in form of the Excel is stored, and also these 3D definitions are stored as well. So everything we saw already there. So what I will actually do now, I will start MR, mixed reality mode. As I said, this is the only thing you should do then is actually to, I'll just try and then put this here in front of Snezhana. So how you cannot see the plant here? So the thing is that I can go all over, You see, I'm going all over this 3D, virtual. Of course, it's much faster here because now there is two streaming, team viewer streaming, and there is a streaming online. So probably, the things are a little bit slow and not so fast. So what I can do, I can make this object larger, like this, if I want larger object. I can, go a little bit back here and see how it looks like. You see? So I can do the rotation if I don't want to, have, I have wife that likes to all the leaves to be in the direction that she wants. So what I want to do, for example, for the people that are bringing these big plants, because it's big one, so I cannot do it, I make a picture, now, and they have geographic, geo coordinates from which side we are looking for, and they know now how should, actually position this plant. The leaves must be in the direction that she wants. Doesn't need to be just to put there. So this is something that actually you can do with this, and of course that I can do the other stuff and so on and so on. What else can be done with this application? We can do the workflow, like when we actually show this and create the picture of this in the space, and we can send this picture with some notes that we are adding to the application. So I'll just try to do the same here, and you see, I don't know if you are able to see, there is one circle on it's very hard to see, but it's circles. There is a circle and there is a grid on the floor. So this is actually mesh. So we are using the cognitive services that actually are geo-mapping this space. So this is why first time I need to do it like this. So application or the services that are behind this application are actually mapping this space. And it makes me able to tap here. And by tapping here, they are connecting this real life space with the virtual space using these geo coordinates here, and enables me to manipulate with this object. So I can move it like here and put it like here. So you have a little bit of this plant here. I can make this plant a little bit higher or whatever, and make a picture of this. So, and I fulfilled the promise to make the application in half an hour or less. Half an hour it took to explain the environment that I have set up. You know, the whole application is just dragging and dropping the controls on the this surface. I'll just go back to share my screen. I'll put screen shared. And go to the application to open one. I will edit the application. This is also the good thing that your development environment is online. So you can access from the tablets, laptops, other laptops, some, you know, laptops from the different locations. But it's important that you can also connect this to the DevOps. So there is a capability to connect to the GitHub. You can establish whole development process if you want. But at the end of the day, this is not intended for the developers. It's intended for the citizen developers, for the business analysts that understand the field in which they want to, you know, do some application, and also to show how it's done. So just one question before I start to you know, show you how it's actually done here. Can you raise the hands if you have tried? Share. Share. Okay. Sorry, I need to reshare it again. Entire screen. Okay. Is it okay?
Okay.
Thank you. So, as I said before, we have the environment, and I will just try to use the full screen here. We have an environment which is very similar to PowerPoint, mix of PowerPoint Excel. So how many of you have ever tried to do something in Power Apps? Well, this is the first time that you saw it. Okay, you're not counting. So for you, I'm just, you know, explaining what actually, how actually this is used and how you can create the application. So first of all, you are logging into the Power Apps like in all of the services, online services of Microsoft, just like Power BI, very similar to Power BI. Because why? Because you have the same environment here. So you choose the environment. You see that I have different environments, and in this environment you create your application. How you can create the application? You actually go to the first screen, and I will just try to find it here. Go to powerapps.com, and you sign in. You can sign in for free. If you don't want to use your company account, you can use your personal account as well. There is a free, you know, license to. You can freely build, but for distribution, the users that are using your application need to have license. So I connected to the system. You can see here I have different, you know, options. Some of the options that are in the middle of the screen is, you know, to get you started fast. So you can start by, you know, choosing online data source, and based on this data source, the Power Apps will be actually quickly build the first form that you want, like from the Excel file, from the table in the SQL Server or whatever. Also, you can choose one of these templates, like Canvas apps. Canvas means the paper or the plate or like background on which you actually draw when you put the controls in this drawing. And there is also the learning, you know, learning tutorials, how you can start with Power Apps and so on. And here are your applications. So the application you can actually go to. And what I can do, I can say, click here, make a Canvas application from the blank. You can target tablet or phone. And this is one thing that was actually promised 20 years ago. Usually they told me not to say that everybody can see that how old then I am. But do you know who promised this? You know, this was promised by Bill Gates when they presented Microsoft.NET, that you will be able to develop applications for web, for mobile applications. And that time, remember, there was no Android and iOS devices, only Windows, not phones, but Windows mobiles. So you just draw it, and everything will be magically happening in the backend, and they will actually prepare the front end for you. But of course, it doesn't happen. The same thing is the Power Apps. You need to choose the format. So is it font, step upward, or it's tablet? So it's a little bit. So doesn't matter what you actually choose, but you can choose it only in advance here. So I will choose the font and say data Saturday. And I say create. And everything is done for you. So the whole environment is prepared for you in the background. And there is, of course, again, offer for you to speed up the process. But I will actually skip. I will not use the pre-built solutions, templates, whatever. Just I want to show how actually the things are done. So can you see anything? Just tell me, because if not, I can do a little bit something with the zooming, like this. Is it better? Okay. So first thing you saw that you can redesign your environment. And the second thing is that you can zoom in or out your canvas. This is the area where actually you are doing the development. You put the controls here. Here on the left, you can see these controls. This is a tree view. So we have a hierarchical view of containers and controls. As I said, the container is canvas, and in canvas there is a screen. Screen has also controls. You can put some controls directly, like text boxes, buttons, whatever, but also you can use the containers like a gallery. And first thing that we will actually do here, we'll do this gallery. To name it, just one advice for you is to keep it from the start clean. So if you use generically generated, it will be screen 1, screen 2, screen 4, but later on you will not be managing. You cannot manage these screens, all screens. But just give the name from the start, so it will be a little bit, better for you. So other control here, a group of controls are insert controls. You can search it. For example, if I want to find gallery, I can find gallery and insert it here. But we will do something else first. We will actually try to connect to our data source. If you remember the data source that we created. So you can see here, there was a talk about Dataverse in the sessions before. But those tables here are from the Dataverse, that is like generic data sources available to Power BI, Power Apps, Power Flow. But we will actually use these connectors that I have been talking about. We will choose OneDrive for Business among all other connectors, and this is where a little bit panic is now, because we have two connectors, the same one. And we'll just try to do this like this, trying to choose one. And what now happens, if you remember, when we were here, we were in the OneDrive for Business. And I have here a lot of, you see, a lot of folders. And those folders are presented here. So I will try to find the folder that I want to connect. And this is one. Power, I just, searching for Power Apps model, enter it in this folder, and this is the table, and this is just, you need to check that yes, I'm out of Excel file. So you should leave the Excel file. You should not be in Excel file at the same time when you design the application, because otherwise you will not be able to do what I'm doing now. So in this Excel file, we have actually created real. I will go to another folder, so I will not open the same Excel as there. So what we actually did, we created another thing. We went to the Excel to this data. option and create a table from this, list of the data. And we name this table to be, called, and this is in the table design, models here. So this is how the Power Apps actually knows that the data is there. So it's not completely magic, it's almost magical, but we have told, we can change this to something else to call this table. So this is table for the Power Apps. It actually is one sheet with which we marked this as a table, and this is how we actually enable Power Apps to find it. Okay, so when I click on the models here and go to connect, it actually, you see here, provide this data source here as a data source that is actually available to our application. So we connected to the data source, and now we are ready to do the other development stuff. So we'll go back here to our screen, and we will actually add vertical gallery. So I can drag and drop it, I can click it, and it will actually position this for me here. You see, I have this gallery here. If you remember the application that I demonstrated before, we will make it this list here available, a little bit like this. And what we'll actually do, we will click on it, and you see it automatically shows me property which is saying select the data source. When I click on this model, the magic happens. So it actually connects not to all things, but name and description, because it's generically, to the data source that I have been creating. So what I actually am doing here, I click it here, and it says 3D model. And here, description, I can change this like to put it price. And you see IntelliSense is working. So when I'm typing, pressing dots and whatever, it actually shows me the properties and everything which is done here. I will delete it here, this here. I will go through this to this model, and I will actually select the picture, because I cannot show the 3D model in the image, control. So the thing is that, what? I can test this application in a second. I can test it also in this, you see, this is why I deliberately did that. It shows me if I press Alt, I don't need to go to preview mode. I can test the application right in the environment where I actually did. So if I press Alt, I can do this, in the control, you see the control is moving and everything is now. Okay. So I can do the things like putting the icon. I can put the drop down here, like this, and so on and so on. So because we have, how much time? 50 minutes, okay. I'll just a little bit skip to the application here just to show what I have done. So I have put here something like this, put the list, embedded or hard-coded, like real programmers will be saying. So I choose the items to be not a drop-down sample, because like they put this drop-down sample is a table. It's a virtual table that actually enables you to test the control. But I will replace it with this string, like in formulas in Excel. You start the array of strings by creating this square bracket, then put these quotation marks, start writing all products, whatever, and you actually fill in the items of the dropdown. So if I want to test it, I actually then press Alt, and you see that there is a list of these items in dropdown. Of course, if I try to select it, nothing happens. Why? Because I need to go here, and here are the actions. There is triggers that are triggering depending on what is actually done into the system. So if I select on select, I can go here. I will just do. You see that when I'm scrolling here, I actually am connecting with the things that are different in the sense of what are updated, what is not, and so on. So what we actually need to do is to be able to filter this on the application. But just to show you how it's easy to create this product gallery part, I will create a new screen. And now it's very important for you to position yourself at the right position in the tree. Because, as we said, all the controls can be either controls or containers. So you see gallery is a screen. And we have in this the same level drop down, which is drop down here, and we can rename it as say product list. And we can also go here and say, okay, we will either duplicate or create a new screen. And the thing is that the screens are very important. This order is very important too. Or we can just duplicate this screen, and it will add everything that I have here down there. I will just delete here, and I will also do the renaming of this product details. And you saw how when I was deleting the items on the left, actually it always deleted on the canvas on the screen. So how can I actually add a virtual object? I am doing the MR view and MR, view shape in MR, this, and the other stuff we are calling view in 3D. So what I'm doing, I'm actually placing it here, and it creates the placeholder for the application itself. And what I have done here, I actually connected this to the same data source that we have there. This is the data source data model, and connected to this GLB file, which is representing the 3D object. So this is something that is actually done right from the application itself. And this one is another control. So this is something that I can do like this. And I can also find the MR part, view and MR, and create it like this. I will just remove the text because I do not need it, and put it like this. So what we have done actually, we connected this new screen with this gallery screen here, because when you click on the first item here, and then the items here, data source is, as we said, models. We can a little bit play out with different, how it's looking like, a little bit different things. We can remove this stuff here, and we can see that we actually have this application working without any. You can see I just click on the item on the screen before. It actually shows within the environment. If I choose the mug here, and I'll do this like this, it actually shows the mug as well. So that's all. There is no work, additional work. And I am even a little bit before the time, but I have additional slides here. Just can you confirm that it's visible for the? It's okay. Okay. So what have we learned? Not me. Okay. What have we learned? So the thing is that you saw that MR and VR part is the easiest part. You just drag and drop it and bind it to the data source. Everything else, which prepares your application to be user-friendly, like putting this gallery list to make it drop down, to connect to the data source, is the more challenging than VR and MR itself. When I showed that to my colleagues that are, professionally developing VR and MR applications, that were like, for this application, like the prototype, they should take like 2 to 3 weeks, to develop such a thing. So this is like in 30 minutes for the prototype, but for the most applications that can be used in the enterprise environment, it's a great feature. It's a great thing that it's able to do like this. The other thing is that you should be, very, very careful when you're creating this Excel sheet or whatever data source you're using for, because these special markings and special column that Power Apps needs to update the properties within the data source. So this the user needs to have a permission, not just to run the application, but also to access the data source. So in this case, because it's on my OneDrive, that by default it's only visible to me, I need to share also the folder. So I need to share this folder to be, accessible to all the users that will actually access the application, because it is, okay. It's actually the thing that should be taken into consideration. And the thing is that you can easily, make a mistake in these formulas, especially if you have wrong time zone. What I'm saying, everything is working flawlessly in English, US, whatever. But if you change to Croatian, probably Bulgarian, we have different, markings for the decimal places, whatever. The things can be very tricky, So you need to take care of this. So this is very, very important. Sometimes we are using always US settings for the server side, and then it automatically gets translated correctly to the front end. But if we are using the Croatian settings for the server side, then if its user side is for Croatian, for example, is okay, but different is not. This is something that they should update, but this is how it is done. Okay. So what's next? To this application, we can add a measure, because the measuring of the objects is also included within this, component. So what I can do, actually put the virtual object, but I can also measure the height of this code here, and provide this measure like, on the blueprint, with the arrows and everything and the numbers here. So this can be also done within this application. And of course, you can also change the color of the floor, but just touching it and change the design or the color, whatever. So there is a lot of more functionality than this. This is just basic functionality, but still it's wow for 30 minutes to to develop application. And as I said, we can also add a workflow that like all the photos that we are taking and that are added to some folder, either is OneDrive or published on some other places. When we want to publish this, like what we actually did in that space, we can put furniture, everything in a real space, make it a photo, and give it to some internal designer, said, or the people that are doing the furnishing, and do that like we wanted. And what is more important, we can share not just the one photo, we can send 3D, image of this, so they can view it from different angles. Because if something behind this column, it cannot be, seen from this angle. Of course, you can go to another picture, but this is what we can do for the future. Licensing, as I said, you just need to check what of these connectors that I was talking about and other controls that you are using are either they are included in the standard edition or premium edition. They should be licensed by the end. As I said, you can start developing for free, but using this in production requires licensing. Okay, resources, Power Apps. We have Microsoft Learn, Docs, the standard resources. 3D models, I said, GitHub, this APA.ms models, Microsoft 3D Builder build it yourself, Unity Asset Store, Power Automate for this automation if you want to add something and do something. This is a little bit embarrassing. I forgot to plug it in, but anyhow, at the end of the presentation, so it doesn't matter. Okay. So the thing is that you can start developing as of today. You don't have to have special environment. You don't have to install anything on the this system, so everything is available to you. Do you have any questions or comments?
A couple of questions. On the mixed reality stuff you showed here, it's quite cool. And you measure the room, like,
Yes.
with the cognitive services plan. My use cases.
Repeat question. Just to hear the question, I will repeat. No problem.
If I have a use case to select an object or a bunch of objects, send somewhere, let's say in Africa, and send a bunch of guys to visit, measure, whatever this object. Is it physically possible? So not locating within the room where you are, but basically on some remote location.
So the question is it possible to send somebody out there in the field?
Correct.
And to see it remotely? This is something on which we are currently, our company is working on. So this is, of course, for them there, they're able to do it, but to see you by yourself with their eyes or lens, this is something that either can be done using some remote tool, as I saw, but there is too much lag in this, like you saw that it's a little bit doing like this. And also, the problem is that we also want to manage something, we want to augment something, show them how to do it, not just by drawing something. We want to put it into the space. We want to, put, this virtual object, scanned here 3D, and said you should use this, part, and put it in the machine and do it like that. So this is what we are currently working on. It's not the matter of Power Apps and MR control, it's a little bit further. But what is very good thing is that actually you can extend Power Apps by using Visual Studio. So you can create new controls that can be plugged in and pushed on the canvas. So if there is no control, if there is no functionality, you can do this, but then you need hardcore developers to do it.
Yeah, related question, is it working offline then?
So the question is it working offline? Currently not. Because now you saw that it's connected, but the Power Apps can be running offline, but just you need to store the data, all the data all offline. Yeah. This is the only limitation.
But the MR capabilities are working offline.
Yes.
They don't need the connection to cognitive services.
Yes, no, they're working offline. Okay, another question. This is great because there was a lot of questions, and I'm happy I don't have chocolates like Oprah. But I'm happy to have the questions. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result? End of low-value, repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI-driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия.
Така. Готови сме. Ми 40 да тръгнеш.
Добре. Само ми кажеш кога.
Добре дошли на Saturday Sofia. Днес ще си говорим как да изградим динамични пайплайни в Azure Data Factory. Темата е, така да се каже, за хора, които са занимавали малко с Azure Data Factory и е по-скоро насочена към хората, които имат по-малко опит изцяло с Azure Data Factory. Малко информация за мен, да ви се представя. Казвам се Иван Милевски, работя като Lead Data Engineer в Advanced Systems. Занимавам се с повече от 10 години с Microsoft бази данни. Последните години фокусът ми изцяло насочен към Azure. И съответно днес трябва да благодарим страшно много на нашите спонсори, без които това събитие нямаше да може да се осъществи. Така че нека да започваме като цяло. Казахме, че днес ще си говорим за изграждане на динамични пайплайни в Azure Data Factory. Първоначално ще започнем с малко теория, в която ще си говорим какво представлява Azure Data Factory, какви са концепциите или така се каже изграждането по блокчета, които ви позволяват да правите различни пайплайни. Също така ще говорим за експрешени в JSON, съответно как тези експрешени могат да направят така нещата, че да се направят динамични. Няколко дема и съответно продължаваме с самата тематика. В днешно време, знаете, данните биват няколко типа, няколко вида. Понякога път те са структурирани, понякога път са полуструктурирани, понякога път изобщо не са структурирани. което създава много голям проблем на бизнеса, защото не могат да вземат правилния контекст от тези данни. В това число те трябва да направят по някакъв начин, трябва да има услуга, която да може да взима правилния контекст, и Microsoft създава Azure Data Factory, като това е клауд-базирана услуга, която позволява да правите различни видове трансформации с данните, да ги местите от едно място на друго и съответно да създавате различни data-driven workflow. Какво е интересното при Azure Data Factory? Интересното е това, че Azure Data Factory има много различни видове Enterprise конектори, т.е. позволява и да се свържете към различни видове източници на данни от различно ниво. Някои в момента са в превiew версия, други вече са в stable, така че това не е абсолютно никакъв проблем да по един или по друг начин да се свържете към вашите източници на данни. Плюс е, че можете да се свържете към вашите on-premise сървъри или различни други видови източници на данни, които се намират във вашата вътрешна инфраструктура. Голям плюс е това, че тук не се пише код, вашите девелопери могат съвсем спокойно да просто drag and drop и да конфигурират различни видове айтеми, които Azure Data Factory предоставя. Също така могат да се възползват от Continuous Integration и Continuous Development Support в Azure Data Factory, защото ADF като цяло поддържа интеграции с GitHub и с Azure DevOps, което пък от друга страна позволява местенето на различните workflow и пайплайни да бъдат местени от един environment в друг, без абсолютно никакъв проблем. Ще си поговорим малко сега за основните концепции в Azure Data Factory или така наречените изграждащите се блокчета, които успяват по един друг начин да помогнат за създаването на Data-Driven Workflow. Първото нещо, което ще засегнем, са и наречените пайплайни и activities. Значи, нека първо да кажем какво е activity, защото иначе без него не може да продължим напред. Activity, това са набор от дадени действия, които трябва да бъдат изпълнени върху вашите данни. Дали те ще бъдат преместени, дали те ще бъдат трансформирани, дали ще бъдат сплитнати. Това е вид дейност, която определено трябва да бъде изпълнена върху вашите данни. Пайплайна е нещо, което общо взето служи като рапър на активитета или да кажем, че ги капсулова в една така се каже логическа група. Примерно, имате активитет, което взима данните от SQL сервер и пуска в даден blob storage. Имате друг активитет, което чете тези данни от този blob storage и съответно да кажем ги трансформира в някакъв друг вид и накрая ги пълни в SQL сервер. Това нещо, всичките тези действия се обособяват в един пайплайн. Активитетата също така трябва да споменем, че биват няколко. 3 групи са като цяло. За контрол, имате за трансформация, имате и за местене на данни. Така, на картинката виждате, че има и нещо, което е свързано с дейтасета, но сега ще обясним какво е дейтасет и съответно linked server. От предния слайд разбрахме, че всъщност activity е действие, което трябва да се свърши върху данни. Разбрахме, че пайплайна ги групира логически тези активити. Обаче, за да знае едно активити, какво ще обработва, трябва да има някакъв източник на информация. Тук се явява дейтасет. Дейтасета можете да го разбирате като наименовано view, което ви казва какъв вид данни ще взимате. Дали ще са от таблица, дали ще са от CSV файл, дали ще бъдат примерно от парке или абсолютно никакво значение няма. Той просто ви казва какъв е типа на данни. Обаче с дейтасета, за да знае какъв е типа на данните, преди това той трябва да направи някаква връзка към този източник на данни. И тук в момента идва помощта на Linked Services, които като цяло сочат къде се намира източника на данни. Съдържат информация за това къде е сървъра, дали файловия сървър, SQL сървъра, съответно съдържа дадена информация, примерно за юзернейм и пароли и така нататък. И до тук картинката какво се обособява. Вие знаете, че трябва да направите примерно местене на данни от SQL сервер в Blob Storage. Activity казва на dataset. Пишеш къде са ми данните и какви данни аз трябва да хвана, за да мога да ги прехвърля. Съответно, dataset казва, чак само да се обърна към linked сервера, да видя сега къде е този източник на данни, къде е SQL сервера, да се конектна към него, да взема съответно таблицата, която ти е нужна за прехвърлянето и да ти я подам. След което Activity, когато получи тази информация, ще си обработи данните. И output на дейтасета реално представлява input на Activity, или така се каже комуникацията между различните видове блокчета в Azure Data Factory се случва чрез JSON. Те са изцяло в JSON формат. Съответно, пайплайна, разбира се, продължава да обгражда абсолютно всички тези блокчета и тези действия, така че да се обособят като самостоятелна единица. Имаме си ние вече по-голям поглед върху картинката, как ние ще взимаме данните от SQL сервер, ще ги местим в Blob Storage. Знаем, че ни трябват активите, знаем, че ни трябват linked сервиси, знаем, че ни трябват дейтасетове, обаче липсва още едно ключово звено. Това ключово звено е свързано с това, че няма къде тази информация да бъде, така се каже, преместена. Тоест, не знаем къде и кой реално ще направи това местене на тия данни. Затова на помощ идва Integration Runtime. Integration Runtime всъщност представлява една инфраструктура, изчислителна инфраструктура, която се използва от Azure Data Factory, главно от нейните пайплайни. Има три вида Integration Runtime. Azure-ски, Self-Hosted и Azure SaaS. Каква е разликата между тези три? Първо, когато изберете Integration Runtime да ви бъде в Azure, това означава, че всъщност Azure за ваши дигни виртуални машини, в които ще направи цялото местене на данните от SQL сервера, в Blob Storage и това ще е за ваша сметка, нали сметка нещо. След като ще имате Self-Hosted. Self-Hosted означава, че целият workflow ще бъде върху SQL сервер, т.е. върху вашата машина. И по никакъв начин няма да засегне Cloud Computing. Azure SaaS е нещо, което е свързано с това, че когато имате примерно голям набор от integration сервиси и тези integration сервиси трябва да бъдат lift and shiftнати по някакъв начин, т.е. на место, вие трябва да вдигнете SQL database или manage instance, когато имате integration сервис каталог, в която съответно да ги деплойнете тези въпросните integration сервиси и съответно да изберете, че Integration Runtime ще бъде Azure SaaS и отново ще се изпълни абсолютно всичко на Azure Cloud Computing. Data Flow. Data Flow-овете са нещо, което ако сте имали опит с Integration сервисите, то те страшно много се доближават от тях. Всъщност, Data Flow-овете представляват графичното трансформиране на данни. И там можете да вкарате различни видове логики, дали ще правите ETL или ELT, в зависимост от това каква е вашата цел, може да ползвате Data Flow-ове. Значи, много интересно е това, че примерно при Data Flow-овете отново нещата са drag and drop с конфигурация от страна на разработчика и Data Flow-овете цяло ползват Databricks и Apache Spark. Тук какъв е най-големият плюс? Най-големият плюс е, че разработчика по никакъв начин не се грижи да транслира Azure Data Flow на разбираем език за Databricks и Apache Spark. За това нещо се грижи изцяло Azure Data Factory. Има различни видове Data Flow-ове, като активности, т.е. активитите, които са в Data Flow, можете да мършвате, можете да сплитвате, можете да проверяте дали съществува даден файл или дадена източник на информация, можете да гледате съответно за дадени данни дали съществуват или не. И абсолютно за цялото това нещо се грижи Azure Data Factory, това нещо да бъде транслирано на разбираем за Databricks и Apache Spark език. Пример, ако имаме 20 ника на данни и трябва да ги джойнем, то тези три активитета реално ще бъдат преведени на език, разбираем за Apache Spark Database, които ще го направят тази трансформация за вас и вие няма да разберете, че това ще се случва. Нали, няма да бъде видимо за вас, за да можете да видите какъв е кода зад Database и Apache Spark. Така, първото демо е свързано с малко имам проблем с връзката. Така, първото демо днес е свързано с това, че ще ви покажа как по нова елементарен начин можете да карате първите си данни или първия си файл в клауда чрез Azure Data Factory. Каква е идеята? Нека да започнем от там. Първото нещо, което е, че имам един блок контейнер, който в себе си има папка, която има един файл. Този файл е от тип CSV. Отделно имам SQL сервер, който е дигнат отново Azure SQL, който е дигнат, и в него имам две таблици, две сторони процедури. Нека първо да започнем с първата таблица. Първата таблица е Sales. Тази таблица отговаря реално на продажбите, които са направени, и всъщност това представлява продажбите, които идват от CSV файл. Така. Днес целта на демото е да направим следното нещо. Ще изпразним тази таблица, която е от записа, ще изпразним, ще прочетем файла от Blob Storage и съответно ще го напълним. За това нещо Microsoft са погрижили, особено когато правите първи стъпки в Azure Data Factory, може да използвате тъй нареченият Wizard. Wizard се намира в Ingest секцията, когато отворите вашия Azure Data Factory. Когато кликате на Ingest, имате две опции. Едната е да направите copy task, което ние в момента ще направим, или да направите метод Data Driven Copy Task, който в момента е в preview. В дадения случай ние ще изберем Copy Task и съответно ще кликнем Next. Сега, Wizard ви подканя сега да определите какъв източник на информация имате и съответно да направите връзка към него. Източника на информация в дадения случай ние имаме Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 и съответно нямаме осъществена връзка към този Data Lake Storage. Това трябва да направим тази въпросната връзка. Кликаме на New Connection и избираме име, което да се казва, кажем, Source. Съответно, избирам се subscription, избирам се аккаунта към storage аккаунта, който трябва да се аутентификира пред въпросната Azure Data Lake 2. И съответно правя Test Connection, да видя дали всичко е наред. По принцип, най-добрият вариант и без най-добра практика и е препоръчително да се ползва Azure Key Vault, когато правите някакви такива конфигурации, за да можете да си сторвате киловете и паролите и юзернеймите в въпросния Key Vault, съответно се обръщат към него. Но тъй като в момента сме в Beginner Mode, нека да се придържаме към, така да се каже, елементарните неща. След като видя, че връзката вече е създадена, ще направя Create. Съответно, в дадената ситуация, след като направя връзка към източника ми на данни, Azure ще ме покани да ми каже, добре, аз сега в момента видях, че имаш един контейнер, обаче трябва да ми кажеш какво трябва да направя с този контейнер. Дали трябва да го браузвам, дали трябва да вземам определен файл, дали не трябва, кажи ми просто какви действия трябва да бъдат направени. Когато изберете файл в фолдър, отивате на браuz и излиза тъй наречения Blade, в който ще ви даде достъп до контейнера, до който сте направили връзка. В нашия случай аз виждам една папка, която се казва Source и съответно ще си избера Internet Sales файл. След като го избера, Останалите опции са свързани с това, че можете да, примерно, да изберете бинарно копиране, да правите активно обхождане на, ако имате повече от една папка или пък имате това, така се каже, дърво от папки. Съответно, можете да филтрирате по последна модификация на файл, когато става модифициран и много други неща. Останалата част от нещата ги оставям by default, съответно кликам на Next. До тук добре. Сега, идва момента, в който трябва да кажа, значи за всеки случай имаме CSV файл, съответно какво аджба се случва с този CSV файл. В дадената ситуация автоматично се е разбрало, че данните в този CSV файл са разделени с кома, имат си роден лимита, съответно имаме by default опцията, в която е казано, че първият ред е header и съответно, ако това нещо не е засечено, вие можете тук автоматично да го, т.е. можете ръчно да го конфигурирате и съответно да видите как се направи конфигурацията, когато кликнете на Preview Data бутона, който се намира до текст формат. В нашия случай виждаме, че абсолютно всичко изглежда наред. Имаме първия ред е съответно името на колоната, данните и изглежда, че нещата ще се получат прекрасно. Давам Next. Сега е до момента, в който аз трябва да избера крайната точка, в която тези въпросни файлове, този въпросен файл ще бъде наряд. Така, в началото на упражнението казахме, че това ще бъде база данни или в SQL сервер. Следователно трябва да избера какъв е типа на крайната точка. В нашия случай това е Azure SQL Database. Така, тук в дадения случай със сигурност нямам връзка към него, следователно трябва да я създам. Кликам на New Connection и съответно избирам именно връзката. И ще въкръста SQL DB. Така, ето тук, говорейки за Key Vault, виждате, че има опция, в която може да изберете да използвате Key Vault, но ние ще се придържаме отново към Wizard-а, той ще използваме Connection String и съответно ще трябва да конфигурирам. Избирам си Subscription-а, съответно избирам си Server Name-а. Когато направи връзка към него, ще види, че имам две бази. Една се казва Master Product е Saturday Sofia. Ние сме в Saturday Sofia. Типа на аутентикация е SQL и сега идва момента, в който трябва да направим юзернейм и паролата, за да се аутентикираме. Тоест да вкараме юзернейм и паролата, за да се аутентикираме пред SQL сервера. Така, вкарвам юзернейм и паролата. Да видим дали паролата ще е цели. Давам Test Connection. Connection Successful и създавам Create. Когато се създаде въпросната връзка, Azure Data Factor ще ни подкани, ще ни каже следното нещо. Значи, за всичките имаш in-source, който имаш файл, който се намира в Azure Data Lake Storage от втора генерация. И аз това нещо трябва да направя нещо. С него трябва да го преместя. Къде ще го преместя? Ето таргета не ти е конфигуриран, знам, че имаш SQL сервер и сега имаш два варианта. Единия да създам автоматично дадена таблица за тебе, другия вариант е да използвам нещо, което вече е готово. В нашия случай ще използвам нещо, което вече е готово, затова ще кликнем на Use Existing Table. Когато дам Use Existing Table, реално малко ще се промени самия блейд и съответно ще имам drop-down list с въпросните таблици, които се намират в тази въпросна база данни. В нашия случай ние ще изберем Service. След което ще дадем Next, защото знаем, че вече сме готови. Идваме на Column Mapping. Не се притеснявайте на Column Mapping като цяло. Тук показва разни лагинги, в които му казват, че е възможно да имаме загуба на данни, тъй като ще се наложи да се конвертират стрингове към дати. Имате няколко варианта, в които може да решите този проблем. Един е да си направите ръчен мапинг, като просто закриете абсолютно всичко и направите един мапинг. Третия вариант е да се опитате да го рестартирате на дадете резерв, но това няма да помогне. Имате друг вариант, в който просто да кажете, знам, че това ще мине без абсолютно никакъв проблем, защото като цяло повечето дати се представят в стрингови масиви, това нека просто да се опита SQL да го парсне към върху и да го набута в простата колона, която е тип date. Ако има някакъв проблем, то тогава вече ще трябва да се разследва да видим какво се случва. Има нещо, което е много интересно преди това. Преди да напълните данните или преди да кажете, че ще прехвърлите данните в проста таблица, имате тъй нареченият Sync Properties или Pre-Copy Script. Това е нещо, което ако напишете дадена заявка или да видите дадена процедура или просто някакъв SQL код, това ще се изпълни на SQL преди въобще да бъдат наляти данните. Какви варианти имате? Ами множество варианти. Примерно, ако имате процедура, която транкейте в таблицата, може да напишете exec, примерно TBO, USB, turn table. Аз, за съжаление, такава няма. Другия вариант е да напишете truncate table и съответно да дадете името на таблица. Какво се случи? Ще транкейте таблицата, ще прочете файла, ще наведе данните и съответно всичко ще бъде напълно. Когато сте готови с въпросната конфигурация на мапинга, съответно идва момент, в който трябва да кажете как ще се казва таска. Да кажем, че това ще се казва CSV to SQL. И съответно да му дадете име на таска и може да сложите някакъв task description и да дадете текст. Така. Последната стъпка е едно summary, в което ви казва прегледайте си абсолютно всички така да се каже конфигурации, можете да се върнете чрез бутона Edit, ако за нещо не сте сигурни, че ще се случи правилно, или просто може да кажете Next и съответно нещата да бъдат деплойнати на вашия Azure Data Factory. Така, какво се случва? След като се зададат дейтасетовете, пайплайните, активитета, те ще бъдат тръгнати и ако имате 3 зелени тикчета, означава, че абсолютно всичко е наред. Какво може да направите? Можете да направите финиш, може да отидете и да промените пайплайна, а можете просто да отидете на мониторинг и да видите колко време е отнело изпълнението на въпросния пайплайн. В нашия случай аз ще избера да отида просто да го едитна, за да ви покажа какво се случва. Имам едно copy activity, което казва взимам ти нещата, взимам ти файла от Glova и от Azure Data Lake Gen2 и ти мятам в SQL Server. Ако отидете и видите конфигурацията, ще видите, че абсолютно всичко това нещо Azure го е направил. Източника на данни, всичко това, което дефинирахме по време на визата, вече е конфигурирано, направено и съответно изпълнено. Така, сега. Това е края на първото демо. Ще се върнем сега в момента на презентацията. Отново има проблеми, технически проблеми с HDMI кабел. И ще си говорим за expression, тъй като предаването на информация между Azure Data Factory компонентите се случва чрез JSON, то трябва да сме наясно, че нещата в JSON се случват по следния начин. Ако нямате общо с JSON, JSON не е нещо, който знае колко сложно като структура или като език. По-скоро трябва да знаете, че той е на базата на key value, т.е. имате примерно име на дадено свойство, на дадено property, съответно имате неговата стойност. Експрешните JSON започват с менука и трябва да знаете, че ако по някаква причина ви трябва простата менука, то тогава трябва да скрипнете с друга менука. Винаги един expression в JSON води до определена пак JSON стойност. Това ще видим малко по-късно. Така, системните промени, които Microsoft са въвели в Azure Data Factory. Така, те са доста като цяло, не съм успял да събера всички, Но каква е идеята? Идеята е, че всъщност всяко едно от тези билдинг блокчета, за които преди това си говорихме, то си има системна променлива. Тази системна променлива може да има различни видове свойства. Така, тук малко нещата са като ООП-то. Имате клас, точка, property, примерно точка, е равно на някаква стойност. Така, какво си има в предвид? Когато викнете, примерно, пайплайна, в пайплайна той ще ви върне дали системна информация, дали някаква по-специфична информация или къстъм информация, която сте въвели от дадения пайплайн за определения обект, който искате да достъпите и да вземете неговата стойност. Примерът, който е даден тук, примерно ако викнете pipeline.pipeline, ще ви върне името на пайплайн. Такова нещо има за тригерите. Активитито е малко по-специфично, защото в активитито като цяло, това е, така се каже, трябва да посочите в скобите задължително от кое активити искате да вземете дадена стойност. Не забравяйте, че всеки output на дадено активити е input за друго активити. Следователно, в дадения случай активитите имат задължително property, което се нарича output. И съответно дадена стойност може да бъде достъпвана чрез целия, така се каже, JSON expression, който е activity, в скоби името на activity-то, нали, в кавички, след което да накажете output и какво искате да вземете от съответния output. Трябва да задължително специфирате key, тъй като са на key value, т.е. на pairless. Така че трябва да специфичите задължително key. Имате също и dataset, като системна променлива. Item е много интересно, защото item като цяло може да бъде ползвано в for лупове, for each лупове, в такива активитите, в които примерно трябва да итерирате някакъв масив, някакъв JSON масив, то item, използвайки го само item с скоби, ще ви върне информация за всеки един елемент, а когато примерно искате да го ползвате с точка name, тогава се ползва в, да кажем, в get metadata activity, в което един от вариантите е да вземете лист от съществуващите файлове в даден фолдър. Така, говорейки си за въпросите активитита, какво трябва също да бъде споменато тук? Azure не се ограничава само, Azure не се ограничава само до собствените си, така се каже, компоненти. Той има възможност да използва активите, които се обръщат към други услуги, които се предлагат в Azure. В това лице, в това число говорим за Databricks, за HD Insight, за втората процедури към SQL сервер и така нататък. Което до една или по друга степен ви дава свобода на действие. Сега тук ще поговорим малко за някои от активитета и по-специфично тези, които ще ги ползваме с идеята да бъдат в следващите демо. Get Metadata Activity. Силно разпространено и силно ползвано activity, страшно полезно, поради проста причина, че той ви дава страшно много информация за метадейтата. Тоест, метадейтата е дейтата за дейтата, или да кажем, да се опитаме да го обясним. Примерно, ако имате файлове в даден фолдър, искате да видите тези файлове кога са променени, какъв им е размера, от кой са променени, дали те съществуват. Това представлява метадейта. За въпрос на това. Има доста опции, в които можете да правите различни видове проверки. Да кажем, искате да вземете child items. Когато вземете child items, това означава, че примерно специфирате даден път от дадена директория и съответно искате да лиснете всички файлове, които са в тази директория. Можете да видите какъв е типа и ако примерно типа не е точно този, който ви трябва, а е друг, съответно да приложите логика с различни видове активности, които просто да свършат там в част от нещата. Интересното е, че на Get Metadata Activity-то, ако специфираме, да кажем, че искаме да вземем името на файла, последната модификация, какъв е размер, т.е. кога последно променя въпросния файл, то output ще бъде отново, както и в началото казах, в JSON формат. И JSON формат ще бъде точно в key pair-овете. Тоест, item name, си го представете, че това е системно наименование на дадено свойство, на даден аргумент, на дадена опция, която Get Metadata притежава. Съответно, това е key. Другата двойка, която всъщност не трябва да създадем key value, трябва да вземем съответно да кажем името на файла, избираме item name и съответно, когато изпълним Get Metadata, ще вземем името на файла. Last modified по същия начин. Key value, съответно, служебно променива и кога променена metadata. Т.е. вземем информация, това е вече metadata, която е в сините правоъгълници. Следователно, output, освен тази информация, съдържа и друга информация, която е свързана с системни неща. Къде се намира региона, какъв е билинг референса, има ли каквито, няма ли каквито и така. Много добро, между другото, Get Metadata е много добро activity, което ви позволява да правите, така да се каже, проверки, в кавички казано, за нещата, които се случват в вашите сторичи. Така, втората процедура. Втората процедура, това колкото и интересно и странно да звучи, това се води трансформиращо activity. Защо е трансформиращо activity? Ами защото то по принцип може да вика сторонни процедури от SQL Server, от Synapse и от Azure SQL. А защо е точно трансформиращо? Защото може да имате примерно сторонната процедура да прави просто трансформация. Големият проблем на Store Procedure Activity в дадения случай е това, че той не може да върне резултат от сторонната процедура. Ако имате сторонната процедура, която да кажем, че връща един ред, никога не трябва да ползвате това activity, за да ви се върне реда. Това activity се вика само единствено, когато сторонната процедура не връща никакъв резултат. За да получите резултат от сторонната процедура, тогава трябва да пуснете друга activity, която ще разгледаме малко по-късно. Така, идва време за следващото демо. Следващото демо ще бъде свързано с това е интересно. Само да рефрешна. Следващото демо ще направим един нов пайплайн и в него ще вземем Get Metadata Activity и съответно ще ползваме сторонната процедура Store Procedure Activity, в което реално какво ще направим? Ще извикаме една процедура, която се казва Last Insert Last Modified Date. Какво прави тази процедура? В нея имаме три input параметра. Име на файла, последна модификация на файла и кога се вкарва въпросния файл. Съответно, тази процедура вкарва тези данни в една контролна таблица, в която имаме, тук в момента имаме 5 записа. Тези 5 записа, съответно виждаме кога последно този файл е биван обработван по една и друга причина. Защо го правим това? Ами много е хубаво да имате, така се каже, контролна или одитна таблица, когато обработвате файлове, защото ако тези файлове се повтарят по една или друга причина, да кажем, че вашия Sales Department внася един и същи файл с едно и също наименование, една и съща структура всеки ден или на няколко дена, да кажем, то би било да имате, така се каже, контролна информация, кога последно вашия пайплайн е обработвал този файл. Следователно, на базата на тези данни, вие можете да изградите логика или пайплайн, който да ви позволи да успявате да го обработвате този файл или да не го обработвате, съответно. Така, сега, много, тъй като видим, че времето напредва, ще направя следното нещо. Ще направя get metadata activity. Така, за да видя какъв е output, трябва първоначално да го конфигурирам. Ами, ще започна с конфигурирането. Ще го кръста get CSV, ще отида на dataseta и виждате, трябва да му посоча dataset. Тъй като вече от предишното демо, което го направихме, ние вече имаме dataset. Значи имате предвид, че дейтсетовете могат да бъдат споделени между различни пайплайни, което не е проблем и съответно няма грижи. Ако искате обаче да имате independent неща, тогава трябва вече да създавате нови дейтсетове, които да сочат към различни видове storage. В нашия случай ще изберем source dataset, защото ние знаем, че това е CSV файл, който ние трябва да обработим, трябва да дадем в базата данни. На field list тук задължително трябва да посочите какво точно ще правите с това activity, с get metadata. Дали ще проверяте името на файла, дали ще видите кога е модифициран, ще го гледате ли, размера ще го гледате ли, дали съществува или не съществува. Задължително трябва да дадете field list. Ако се опитате в момента да го дебъгнете без конфигурация на field list, ще ви изкара грешка, че задължително get metadata activity не може да бъде празно. Трябва да има поне един аргумент, който трябва да се подаде. Така, днес създадената ситуация ще кликна на New и съответно ще избера item name и съответно да кажем, ще избера още един аргумент, който ще кажем, че е last modified. Защо? Защото трябва да проверим, когато ще модифицирам файла, за да го набутнем в тази контролна таблица. Така, това всичко се вижда. Така, сега, преди да вкарам Store Procedure Activity, нека първо да го дебъгна. Когато го дебъгна, реално ще ви излезе на Output секцията таба, ще ви излезе информация дали е осъществило правилно връзката, дали се изпълнило правилно и така нататък. Когато кликнете на реда, който се появява, ще видите, че тук имате две врати, влизащи и излизащи. Какъв ти е инпут и какво излиза от крайна сметка от изпълнението на това activity. Нека да отидем на output и нека да отидем и да го вземем. Output е изцяло в JSON формат. Сега, добра практика или поне аз как правя е да си изкарам един текстови документ, в който да си запазя информацията. Така, какво имаме тук? Реално имаме неща, само секунда, JSON мисля, че не съм го вкарал. Така, какво имаме? Имаме името, имаме Kia, item name, имаме last modified. Това са пропъртите, които на наши ни трябва, за да можем да ги достъпим. Имаме стойностите им съответно и когато имаме тази информация, която ни е предостатъчна, може да продължим следващата стъпка. Следващата стъпка ще бъде да вкараме втората процедура. Така. Връзвам детективите. Когато си изпълниш, отиваш и викаш втората процедура. Така. Insert, само да вкарам insert into control table. Окей, трябва да я конфигурирам. Сега, искам и linked service, искам и име на втората процедура. Така, първо почваме с linked service. Ние вече го имаме този linked service от първото демо. Ние имаме връзка реално към базата данни. Така, избираме тази връзка. Съответно, ако сте сигурни дали работи, ние мога да кликнете тези connection, ще видите, че в крайна сметка ще бъде successful. Сега, когато имате тази връзка с базата данни, той моментално ще ви лисне всичките вторните процедури, късна вторна процедура, тези, които вие сте ги правили, не системите, съответно ще можете да видите кои вторни процедури трябва да използвате. В нашия случай ще използваме първата, която е с трите параметри. Така, сега, Store Procedure Parameters. Това е много интересно. Сега, ако не ги знаете, най-добрият вариант е да кликнете импорт. Импорт какво ще направиш? Ще прочете, ще види дали има input параметри, съответно ще ви ги хвърли за конфигуриране в Blade. Така, виждате, че има файл name, modified date, record insert date. Сега, трябва нещата да ги направим динамично, нали така? Сега, тъй като името на файла може по една или друга причина да се промени. Може името на файл по една или друга причина, примерно да е друг формат или whatever, все пак е хубаво да можем това нещо да го правим. Така, как да го направим динамично? Ами, цъкайки на текстбокса, който е се свалил, отдолу излиза едно малко линкче, в което казва добавете динамично съдържание. Ами, кликнете на този линк, за да може да излезе плей отдясно. Какво има тук? Тук ми се предоставят системните промени, тези, които са главните, системни промени, в които са именно пайплайна, IP, може да имате Data Factory, name и така. Освен тях, имате и функции, различни видове функции за преобразуване, за дати, за конкатениране, за колекции, за обхождане и какво ли още не. И най-интересното, отдолу имате Activity Outputs, което казва всъщност, че може да вземете дадена стойност от някои от предните активитета, които вече са свършили работата преди изпълнението на стойността процедура. В нашия случай ние ще вземем данните от get методите. Когато избереме, автоматично Azure Data Factory попълва за вас тези въпросни този код или този expression, но забележете, че го допълва само до някъде, т.е. допълва го до output. Т.е. реално, ако така го остава, връщайки се на въпросния текстови файл, който си го взе в JSON, реално ще върнете тази цялата информация. Сега, обаче аз знам, че на мен трябва името на файла. За да го достъпя името на файла, аз знам, че срещу стойността на името на файла имаме един key, който се казва item name. А за да мога да го достъпя този item name, реално трябва да го копирам, да се върна отново в плейда и както е на output, да му кажа точка item name. Тоест какво сега ще се случи? Отваряйки го въпросния файл и гледайки expression, ще кажа get CSV activity-то връща някакъв output. Този output е в JSON и трябва да достъпиме някой от неговите, така се каже, стойности. Съответно трябва да посоча коя точно трябва да бъде. За да го направя това, трябва да му кажа pitch, това е here, който съдържа стойността с името на файла. Така че в даден случай просто казваме output.itemName. Нещо подобно ще трябва да направим и за last modify. Така, връщайки се в Azure Data Factory, след като сме си написали expression, даваме OK. Отиваме на Modify Date Input параметъра. Пак по същия начин, отваряме динамичния контент, избираме get CSV, съответно Azure Data Factory каквото знае, кликаме точката и пействаме Last Modify. Защо е Last Modify? Ами, защото това е вторият атрибут, който искаме да достъпиме и съответно да вкараме тази дата в базата данни. Даваме OK. Record Insert Date. Тук по същия начин, само да преместа. Тук по същия начин кликаме на Add Dynamic Content. Този път обаче няма да използвам Get CSV Activity Outputs, ами ще използвам някаква системна функция. В дадения случай бих използвал някаква функция с дата. Ние трябва да караме когато точно се е случило събитието, т.е. днешна дата или get date или кой както може да го разбере. В Azure Data Factory това е UTC Now. Разбира се, ако ви занимава, може да го конвертирате в формат, който на вас ви е удобен. Да го слагам by default. Така. Правейки тази конфигурация, мога вече след спокойно да дебъгна. Когато те дебъгна, в контролната таблица имаме 5. Така. Имаме 6 записа вече, като ето тук се появи този, който от 9. Така. Само секунда да рефрешна, да, моментално се изпълниха двете неща и съответно виждате, че order by no, да, ето го, днешната дата, кога е изпълнено в днешна дата. Така, супер, с това демо приключи. Сега, връщаме се на презентация. Houston, we still have a problem.
No problem.
No problem. No cable, no issue. Така, сега ще говорим за Lookup Activity. Много много полезно също активи. Защо? Ами защото всъщност може да го използвате за много неща. Може да изпълнявате с него вторните процедури, които връщат един или много редове. Тоест, аутпута на това activity е единична стойност или масив от стойност, в зависимост от това какво се прави. Когато ви обяснях, че с store procedure не може да връщате стойности, с lookup може да връщате стойности. Това е нещо, което определено го ползвате, когато имате нужда да вземете нещо от базата данни или пък от сторонната процедура. Защо? Защото поддържа query-та, сторонните процедури и третата функция не си я спомням в момента, така че няма смисъл в момента да се мъча да се сеща. Така. If Condition Activity. If Condition Activity е нещо, което със сигурност много хора са запознати какво е If Condition като цяло. Ако дадено нещо е вярно, то трябва да се изпълни даден блок. Ако даденото нещо не е вярно, тогава да се изпълни друг блок, който е за невярно. Нищо сложно няма. Тук единственото, което може да е по-сложно е, че трябва да се напишете пак по динамичен начин, трябва да се напишете условията за сравнение. Кога едно е вярно и когато то е вярно да се случи, да се извика дадено activity, или когато не е вярно да се случи дадено друго събитие. Абсолютно нищо по-сложно. Така, сега ще ви покажа отново още едно демо, в което ще ползваме lookup-а, if condition и нещо, което вече направихме и то ще бъде свързано с get metadata. Нека да направим така. Да вземем с get metadata, когато последно модифицирам файл в блок. След което да кажем с lookup. Изпълни ми една заявка, която ще ми върне заявка се казва, т.е. не заявка, сторонната процедура, която се казва get last execution, която ще ми върне последната дата на изпълнение на въпросния файл. Когато той последно бил изпълняван, така да се каже, или процесиран, и да кажем следното нещо. Ако датата на get metadata е по-голяма от стойността, върната от сторонната процедура, то тогава нека да извикаме първото демо, което да напълни sales таблицата с новите, да кажем, файлове, т.е. новите данни. Ако пък не е, съответно, ще сложим един wait. Да чакам. Така, сега, какво може да се направи? Нека да направим нов пайплайн. Идеята тук е да ви покажа как примерно може да комбинирате различни видове пайплайн. Така, казвам new pipeline. Сега, говорихме си, че ще видим lookup activity, нали така? Нека първо да започнем с него, да го конфигурираме, да го дебъгнем, защото ще му вземем output-а, по същия начин, който взете на get metadata, за да може да достъпим неговите property. Така, това е get last execution. Отиваме на сетингите и казваме какъв е източника на информация. Ами в нашия случай това е SQL Server. Нали така? Значи избираме си SQL Server. След което, имате, третата опция от таблица директно да четете. Имате, за какво ще го ползвате това lookup activity? Да четете от таблица, да четете, да напишете заявка и да изберете сторонната процедура. Ако изберете заявка, трябва да си напишете самата заявка. Така. Ако изберете сторонната процедура, отново чете процедурите от сървъра и съответно трябва да го изберете. Get last execution ще го взема аз. Както виждате, при поредното изпълнение тази процедура връща само един ред. Така. Поради тази причина, задължително, ето тук виждате където е отдолу First Row Only, което е тикнато. Това задължително трябва да бъде тикнато, за да може да кажете на lookup activity тук, че търси един ред, а не търси масив. Така, ако дадената процедура съответно има input параметри, съответно трябва да дадете import параметър, за да може да ги конфигурирате. Така, това е добре. Сега, нищо повече не трябва да се прави. Нека да го дебъгнем, за да видим дали ще се изпълни. Съответно, когато се изпълни, да му вземем output-а да вземем output-а, отново да го трансформираме в JSON, за да бъде по-пригледно. И нека да го разгледаме този output много набързо. Така, какво има? Има first row. Откъде идва този first row? Ами помните ли това, което ви казах, когато го нагласихме lookup-а, че сме тикнали first row only. Така, това какво ще направи? Това ще каже на lookup activity. Така, имам опция first row only, но това трябва да го вкарам това нещо в масив. И да кажа масива first row only, съответно ще има атрибут, който ще се казва edX, който ще има стойност edX. Така, за да можем да достъпиме динамично стойността, която е върната в execution date, какво трябва да направим, когато го билдваме динамично? Ще кажем activity, скоби lookup, в кавички, точка output, точка first row, точка execution date, защото само по този начин ще можете да достъпите стойността, която е в execution date. Така, след като това нещо вече го изяснихме, може да продължим с изграждането на следващата част от демото. Ще вземем в дадения случай get metadata. За get metadata вече нещата са ясни. Ще вземем източника, който ни е нашия файл, ще търсиме в дадения случай кога последно е модифициран. Той ще вземем last modified и ще кажем, провери кога последно е модифициран този файл и ми го върни като стойност. Тъй като ние вече го имаме този въпросен output, макар и малко променен, защото взехме с името файла, съвсем спокойно можем просто да го вземем директно атрибута от този JSON, тъй като те са еднакви. С разликата, че този ще върне с синия ред по-бавно. Добре, нека да го дебъгнем и него. Айде да го видим, за да се види за какво става въпрос. Така. Get metadata, output е това. Отново в един нов документ, отново променяме JSON и ето това е атрибут, който търсим. Добре. Така. Тук добре. Сега. Ще сравняваме дати, нали така? Трябва ни в condition. Така. Вкараме ни в condition, връзваме ги двете активитета и съответно трябва да конфигурираме if condition. За да конфигурираме if condition, трябва да първо да отидем в expression, което може би е най-сложната част от конфигурацията на въпросния if condition. Тук, като цяло, най-добрият вариант е да ползвате Dynamic Content, защото ще бъде много по-лесно за абсолютно всички. Така, ние какво казваме в задачата? Ще проверяваме дали последната модификация на файл в storage е по-голяма или равна на тази, на която е последно изпълнена. Нали така? И ако е по-голяма да напълни данните в sales, ако не е да чака. Следователно трябва да избера функции. Функция трябва да бъде логическа. Имаме много варианти. Ето, примерно, ще вземем greater or equals. Така. Какво трябва да направим тук? Сега, greater or equals като цяло приема два параметра. И те трябва да бъдат конфигурирани. Защото все пак сравняват две стойности. Така. Ами нека да вземем първо get metadata. Значи, вземем на get metadata, output ще вземем филда, който съдържа името, датата, съответната дата. Това е last modifier. И съответно ще го направим activity в скоби get metadata. Но защото няма време да го прекращавам. Output.lastModifier. Давам една запетайка, в която ще кажа втори аргумент на тази въпросна функция. Той трябва да идва от lookup. Lookup, съответно вече него го имаме и съответно ще го изпълним. Сега, при lookup какво казахме? First row.execution date. Нали така? Избираме get last execution. Това е името на lookup. Точка. Само секунда. Output. И сега, най-лесният вариант. First row, за да не се обърка нещо. Точка. Execution date. И сме готови. Това е експрешът, който ще ги сравняваме. Сега, какво се случва, когато е true? Когато е true, ами това ни от първото демо пайплайна, който ще напълни директно данните в Sales. Както виждате, може да викате дадени директно пайплайни в if condition. Какво се случи при false? Ами при false ще кажа wait и ще му кажа wait one second. Така. Сега, когато тръгна да го изпълнявам това нещо, не съм пипал абсолютно нищо по файловата система и така нататък. Искам да ви покажа какво се случи. Така, вижте какво се случва в if condition. If condition съответно започва да вече се изпълни. If condition прави сравнението между двете дати и съответно отиваме в false. Защо в false? Ами защото датата, която е на файла, е по-стара от тази на изпълнението на самия файл в сравнение с базата данни, следователно ще отиде в false condition. Сега какво ще стане, ако примерно това ще го променя? Нека да се върнем. Ето това е файла, да го отворим, да копираме един ред. Тук примерно променим цената, примерно нещо ето така. Да го сегнем, да отворим нашия Storage Explorer и просто да го override. Така. Сега обаче ще изкара съобщение, искате ли да го override-нете, може би тук ще се запаляме заради интернет връзката, но да, apply. Така. В момента датата вече се промени на Storage. Сега, първото нещо, което нека проверим колко записи имаме в Sales. 9. Така. Изпълнявам workflow. Просто динамична логика. Сега, когато го изпълня, вижте какво се случва. If condition, съответно, казва, че последната датата на файла в storage е променена, тя е по-голяма от тази, която е в SQL сервер и следователно ще изпълни пайплайна, който отива и пълни sales данни. Връщайки се в SQL сервера, ще проверим дали новия ред го има. Ами да, ето го тук с променените данни, съответно новия запис съществува. Така, връщам се като за последно, тъй като ни остава по-малко от минута, да кажа няколко думи за прочитане. Хайде. Така. По принцип, презентацията, която ще бъде споделена, може да видите информация за системните вариабли в документацията на Microsoft, като цяло и за самите експрешени в JSON. С никакъв проблем няма.
Нашата кариерна страница.
Нещо, което е много важно и да не се забравя, е последващите ивенти, които предстоят. И силно се надявам отново да се видим там. Значи на 19 октомври е Global AI, на 22 октомври е MVP Unplugged, GS Talk е на 19 и 20 ноември. Така че определено се запишете на GS Talk, защото според мен много ще се служава. Отново едно голямо благодаря на нашите спонсори за това, че не успяха да направят така, че това събитие да съществува. И цяло някакви въпроси от публиката относно презентацията, нещо неясно. Мисля, че всичко беше наред. Благодаря ви за отделеното време.
mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result? End of low-value, repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI-driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm quite happy to be here on Data Saturday once again for so many years. As you're all quite used to me talking about AI and big data sets in wires and predictive modeling in the energy field. Today I'm going to update my presentation from Data Saturday Plovdiv and expand into another field together with a colleague and a partner, here Ivan Tel, in the field of healthcare, AI in healthcare. Just a bit of a forward, healthcare is becoming a pretty hot topic in Eastern Europe and worldwide, and we are now attempting to go to a field which is quite advanced and quite, okay, I'm sorry, I need to a little bit, okay, which is quite advanced and quite novel, and it opened a new set of challenges. Today I'm going to talk about fusion of DNA and artificial intelligence. It's a relatively new topic for us. It's connected to one of my new startups, and I hope that I will be able to answer at least 10% of your question, because we're still mentioning, on the field of healthcare. So I think together with Ivan we'll be able to answer maybe 100% of questions in the field of AI. A little bit about me, those who don't know me. I'm a PhD in computer science from the Sofia University. My background is pretty versatile. I've been engaged in energy, renewable energy for quite many years. Invested close to 100 million euro, not my own money unfortunately, but someone else's money. I'm founder of several startups, and we've been quite successful with one of them called PowerDrone. And those of you who've been my previous lectures, you know about PowerDrone, which is AI platform, data analytics platform for predictive modeling in the field of electrical grids. We're now also expanding into digital twins and trying to model more and more factors. I'm quite involved with Michael, so I want to thank him for inviting me. And I'm also quite involved in some government initiatives connected to AI in Eastern Europe and the European Union. So today we're going to talk about a fascinating new science that's been around for, I would say, really less than 10 years. It's about the epigenetics, DNA methylation, and going to explain what's the connection to artificial intelligence. And my colleague Ivan will also explain what we've managed to achieve, trying to achieve the state of the art, and actually how we outperform it. So I'll be talking about what is it in general and specific use cases of AI application for data-driven research in healthcare. And Ivan will continue with the actual experimentation that we've already did. So what about epigenetics? It's basically the way to describe it. It's if DNA is the hardware, epigenetics is the software. Epigenetics concern all the external factors that affect your DNA, or most importantly, how information encoded in your DNA will express itself, or something that's coded in your DNA, like a disease or specific development, may or may not happen. So it's epigenetics is a study in the field of genetics. It's a cellular and physiological phenotypic trait variations. Well, phenotype basically is observable characteristics of yourself that are affected by external factors. And what we're trying to focus on in this presentation is what are the factors, the external factors, whether environmental, it can be diet, can be physical activity, can be radiation, that switch genes on and off and affect how cells read genes instead of what's been already encoded in the DNA sequence. What is important to mention that until very recently, it's been thought that the influence of genes is predetermined, it's set, and you can't change it. So the effects why identical twins develop different skills, the different diseases. One has a hereditary disease that happens, the other one has a hereditary disease, same one that doesn't happen. Why are they different? And for long, it's been a mystery. So what we believe is that, contrary to the popular belief, the genes inherited from parents do not basically set your future in stone. So basically, there are a number of factors to affect that, and will be the focus of what we're trying to do. Basically, what we're trying to trace is how information you already have encoded in your DNA interacts, like things like age, genotype, interacts with lifestyle factors such as diet, alcohol, environmental influences, and what basically affects a certain expression, determines expression, if you have something encoded in DNA, if it will happen or not. So scientists have discovered that DNA sequence is actually not our destiny anymore. For example, we know through DNA research why we have blue eyes, where albinism comes from, why children can be born with a specific disease. And the current cherry on the top is the Human Genome Project, which took 10 years and a lot of machine time to decode the 3 billion bricks, basically the so-called pairs, the principles that define us as species and also individuals. And what we're trying to do now is apply AI and understand how external experiences affect something that we already understand. And this is the epigenetics. And this is, we're really on the edge of trying to apply computer tools such as AI, and we're now just scratching the surface of how to model those and how to identify patterns and how they affect each other. So as already told, genes, the simple way to understand that genes are our hardware, epigenetics will be the software. And the process that affects this so-called expression is called DNA methylation, which we'll also examine quickly. So a typical example. So a lot of experiments have been done on mice. What we found out that the old proverb of "we are what we eat" is basically quite true. You can have species with identical genome, and depending on what they eat, they will change some very observable traits tremendously. To challenge your imagination even further, a lot of research has identified that even behavioral epigenetics can change the color of the skin of a specific mouse, and this is something that scientists have already started to observe. So the Human Genome Project basically was just the beginning, and we're now on the way to to understand what are those external factors, how do they affect us, why do they affect us, etc. Basically, the question why are we so concerned about that is ultimately, and it's also the focus of what we're trying to achieve as a startup, is longevity, how to live longer, but also we're now trying to focus on specific diseases. And the current epigenetics research is trying to touch 3 important diseases. Number one is actually a whole universe of diseases. Is a lot of oncological diseases. So quite often you have those encoded in your DNA, and now it's also people are trying to understand what specific factors can unlock your predisposition for, let's say, my favorite example is melanoma, which is skin cancer. It's been told for many years that the sun can affect the expression of melanoma, but it's been changed now that, for example, we don't know. I'm just imagining eating cabbage can be an external factor that can unlock the same, and it basically kills you unless you understand the leaf. What we also know from decoding DNA is we also understand how those genes are expressed. It's a process called DNA methylation. So it's basically it's a chemical process. It's basically attaching basically atoms directly to the DNA. So we'll not explore a lot into that, but this is so we understand the DNA, we understand how different DNA factors are expressed. What we don't understand, what is the combination of those external factors that actually do that. Okay, so we're now approaching, so when we speak about longevity, which by the way, old age is now declared as a disease by the World Health Organization. So disease, old age is also related to some diseases that happen to express themselves at older age. And we now identify more and more that epigenetics factors are among the primary causes for aging and health disorders. So basically, we've mentioned, alcohol, we mentioned food, we mentioned radiation, but the factors are a billion, and how to understand them, how to basically put them into one model, and how to start experimenting is the through data is the focus of this presentation and one of our activities, actually most of our activities lately. Okay, so what we are now trying to focus is on basically not hack the code for immortality, but again to understand what is the set of external factors that are collectible as data, that are manageable, that we can also address with current tools. So Ivan will be talking about what are our limitations as well. And what we're basically aiming at is not only to understand those factors, but when we take your DNA data through data-driven research to identify first personalized diagnostics, for example, to understand if you're predispositioned to a specific set of problems. And we're trying to keep our focus within the, the 3 diseases, which is basically oncology diseases, cardiovascular, and diabetes. And also our end purpose is to enable pharmaceutical companies to create the so-called epigenetic drugs. Those are tailored design drugs that will be created in order to help you, not just everybody, but you in particular, access a certain state, either suppress if you have something bad in your DNA, or express something positive. So I've touched the concept of DNA methylation. So basically, once we understand through data what are those external factors, we hope to be able to affect the process of methylation. So it's a transfer basically of 4 atoms, 1 carbon and 3 hydrogen atoms from one substance to another. Basically, the way it operates, it's a quite simple process. When the optimal methylation occurs, it can have a very significant positive impact on many reactions in the body. again, it's cardiovascular, neurological, reproductive, detoxification system. Basically, the negative methylation can, lead to anxiety, depression, insomnia, irritable bowels. So a lot of things are actually that are being coded into our DNA can be negatively impacted and expressed. So again, what molecular biologists believe that we now can take your DNA sample, understand what the hell is good or wrong with you, and what we're trying to find a way is through data analyze those external factors. And because we know the mechanism that affects the expression of good or bad things in your DNA, share the screen. Share the screen? Sorry.
To me?
It's not shared. Oh. It says it's sharing screen. Second. Sorry, the interruption. For a small pause. So the screen is not shared right now? Oh, okay. So
You have net?
we can have internet. Can they still hear me? But my microphone still sees me. Sorry, just let me reload. Can you run a movie? Stop it for me. Run a movie and basically do a reconnect shot.
Okay.
Because
Готово. Ефир си.
are we back? Okay. So we said that basically the process of optimal DNA methylation, adding directly to the DNA specific markers, will either suppress, stop, or express, which will mean will unlock a specific determined good or bad thing that we can analyze collecting DNA data. It's one of the regulatory mechanisms that affect various DNA processes, such as gene transcription, DNA replication, DNA recombination, and DNA repair. So again, the DNA methylation is a very important mechanism. We'll be talking more and more about it. It's basically it's a biological process in which those metal groups, the carbon and hydrogen atoms, are added directly to the DNA molecules. Actually, the point, again, why we call epigenetics the software, is that the process of DNA methylation can change the activity of a whole DNA segment without actually changing the sequence. So we're not changing the DNA, which is one of the major misconceptions of the whole epigenetics thing. So DNA methylation typically acts to repress those gene transcription So the point is to understand, once we understand those external factors, we hope to be able to develop such DNA methylation process that will positively affect you, and this is what resulting in the support epigenetic drugs. So those are the design, the personalized design drugs that are meant to either suppress a bad thing or reinforce a good thing. So where is the whole data, because it's data Saturday, so where is the whole data and AI connection? As already said, those external factors are still unanalyzed. It's quite difficult to understand not only which they, but also what is their interconnection. My colleague will basically discuss the problems and the limitations using the current AI tools. So this is one of the things that we hope to find more and more passionate co-inventors and co-creators that are interested in the field. So knowing the individual epigenetics landscapes, so it takes quite a huge effort first to understand something we don't know what is it, but also the interaction between those factors and what do they actually do is one of the huge challenges. It is believed right now that through machine learning as a subfield of artificial intelligence, we'll be able to address a multitude of factors, basically, and create large data sets will enable us to make predictions for future events connected to our DNA expression. Machine learning algorithms are old. They've been created back in the 1950s. So right now that we have the ability to collect more and more data, big data, basically the challenge is how to navigate this data and understanding the concept of epigenetics, how to collect the relevant data, which is also a challenge because we're struggling, for example, with specific case. Okay, we can predict we're trying to predict the well-being of a certain individual person. So we're trying to catch if the person will not die from, I don't know, brain cancer, but what happens if the person meanwhile dies from lung cancer or from something else, right? So it's also one of the challenges that we're trying to address. Currently, we know how to integrate those big sets of data, but what we're trying to find are two things. First is how to collect the data itself. I can tell what we are trying to do in our startup. We figured out that one possible application is to take a controlled set of factors that are currently used for clinical research outsourcing, which in Eastern Europe is quite a factor. Connect those companies and instead of testing a new molecule or new drug on, let's say, 1,000 people, create digital twins of those 1,000 people and try to experiment and basically deliver data-driven clinical research. So it's a preclinical trial, basically. And current attempts in the field are believed to accelerate new drug creation, whether it's genetic drug creation or general drug creation, from 12 years to under 5 years. So basically, what we believe and what we see as competition, the preclinical trials normally take about 5 years. So when scientists are trying to experiment in different scenarios, what we can achieve with artificial intelligence, basically it's believed that using AI, we can shorten the time of the preclinical trial from 5 years to about 1, maybe 2 years. So that would greatly accelerate the whole application. One of the challenges is also how to collect the data. So we believe that adding a consensual approach to data we receive from oncology, diabetes, and cardiovascular clients that are exposing themselves to clinical research outsourcing, which is, by the way, increasingly popular in Eastern Europe. We found out that the current market will soon approach 500 million euros in Bulgaria alone on clinical research outsourcing, because more and more people are willing to do that. And we have here guests from Ukraine. It's also very popular in Ukraine. I don't know if you know that, but the point is that more and more people are readily open themselves to these trials, and it's also easier to obtain the commitment of the relevant doctors in our fields. But what they do is very slow, and so we're hopeful that combining epigenetics with machine learning will be able to assist the doctors with the diagnostic process, and combining data that we receive from the clinical research outsourcing companies will also be able to address the topics of longevity, which my colleagues will explain exactly how we do it, and basically come out with our own model, able to be enriched, trained to achieve more and more accurate examples. We see a lot of challenges. Maybe the biggest challenge is the prediction bias. We know that from facial recognition because we simply lack in the data sets. For example, we have a lot of data acquired for white people, but we have very limited data sets in black people. So this prediction bias is something that we're trying to tackle. Or this set that represented data sets, for example, they exclude currently disadvantaged populations because they have no access to clinics. So basically, if I have a lot of clinical data and I do regular checks, it's not the same for disadvantaged people. So there are currently a lot of tools. One of the things that we plan to use in Bulgaria is, for example, our supercomputer that we have. It's actually in the next building here. It has almost 300,000 cores, and it has a range of apps available. And for example, there's a DNA blasting app that we hope will be able to combine with our research. And so we have the tools, we have the processing power. The point is to understand what is the scope we should tackle and what is the best tool the best application of those tools. I will transfer the presentation to my colleague. This is a chance for me before I step out to again thank the sponsors. So one of our companies is the sponsor as well. Sorry, I have to mention that. I'm quite happy to support all the events of Mikhail Matev and looking forward to welcome more people in the upcoming events in the Global AI, Asian MVP Unplugged, and especially the Jazz Talks. It's maybe the biggest community event in Bulgaria, so hopefully this year it will also be in person. So that's it for now. And before I transfer the floor to my colleague, okay. Plan, what is yours?
Thank you. Hi, so I'm Ivan Zenov, and I'll be talking a little bit more in detail about what exactly we're doing in AI and epigenetics, and where we're hoping to go further, and what are the major challenges we're facing. So a bit about me. I'm a software engineer. I focus mostly on AI and machine learning, but I have expertise in a lot of fields, including full stack engineering. I'm the co-founder of Figure Out AI, which is an end-to-end AI solution startup in Sofia. I graduated in Tufts University in Boston, US, with magna cum laude in mathematics. And there I was awarded with the #1 Math Student in the University Award. And I also have a strong background in physics and computer science. So a bit of what I'm going to be talking about. First, what is the problem we're actually trying to solve? What is biological aging? We're currently concentrating on aging, but we're hoping to expand into a lot more topics. This is more of a proof of concept ideation sort of phase for us. And so I'm going to be talking about what biological aging is and how it can be measured in a meaningful way. Then I'm going to talk about data gathering and pre-processing, which is the biggest part and the biggest issue of anything that you do with AI. And a little bit about the challenges of that, mostly about clean data and how hard it is to gather. And finally, I'm going to talk a bit about the AI model we're using. We're mostly using deep regression and some of the methods, including hyperparameter tuning, which have been used to reach some of the state-of-the-art results that we have. So, what is biological age? That's a good question. We have to define it somewhat. We want it to have certain, characteristics. The common sense dictates that for an average healthy person, the biological age should be somewhat equivalent to the chronological age. We also have the intuition that bad lifestyle and sickness should correlate with faster aging, and also that perhaps mostly that higher age comes with a higher risk of mortality. And what is methylation? Actually, Andre covered very extensively the topic. It's mostly adding a methyl group to the cytosine in our DNA, which leads to inconsistencies in DNA replication, deterioration over time, blocking of certain proteins, and is mostly one of the main causes for aging. It's a self-replicating process of, your DNA is bad, so it's replicating badly. So maybe by measuring it, we can predict how aged our bodies are. A bit about methylation aging clocks. So those were first developed in the early 2010s. So I think it's 2013 that one of the major clocks was presented in a paper, and it aims to calculate age based on methylation. But handcrafted models, which are functions that people have figured out, are highly inaccurate. They are very good for some cases and not at all good for others. So that's where AI can come in and give us a better model, a better function that represents your age based on methylation. So here is what has been recently done. Deep regression learning has been used successfully to predict the chronological age of healthy individuals based on methylation. So that's a paper by called Deep Mage, and they have achieved a mean average error of accuracy error, sorry, of 3.8. So given your methylation data, you can predict age with sort of this margin of error. And these models are also good at predicting higher aging for people with various diseases. So the main idea here is we're going, so if I go back here, we're going for, in the first point here in the common sense steps, is that a healthy person should have a normal age. So an unhealthy person should have an increased age. So some of the this Deep Mage model actually showed good results with that. Is that if you have certain diseases, Crohn's disease, or certain cancers, the clock will actually predict a higher age for you. So this paper was done with some open source data. This is usually the case in scientific papers, but it also comes with a lot of limitations. Open source data is not readily available most of the time, and it's also very limited in scope, and there's very little of it. So the data sources that we're using are the Geo database, which has epigenetic data for numerous diseases. And what we're doing is we're taking the control groups of those data sets. So there's a data set for lung cancer. And that data set has a control group, which consists of healthy individuals. So we can take those healthy individuals and say, okay, we're going to train on those, and those are representative of the average healthy population. Now that has issues because what defines a healthy individual is a very good question. How well controlled those groups are is another very good question. But at the aviation state, you work with what you have. And the data usually consists of up to 800,000 methylation gene sites, or CPGs. So those are the sites in your DNA that are actually being methylated. So some of the diseases that we have are multiple sclerosis, depression, ovarian cancer, autism, schizophrenia, Down syndrome, and all sorts of other diseases. And we're hopefully going to be able to also use the non-control groups of those data sets to see if our model responds to that, to the disease itself. So once we gathered all the data, which was a difficult task in itself, data is usually in very different, states, very differently organized. We needed to format them in a uniform way, get the set of all the common DNA sites from all the sets, and clean up the data, just to make sure that everything is doesn't have any missing values and stuff like that. So what we have left is about 4,000 training samples of control individuals with about 25,000 DNA sites. And we have about 500 test samples. We also have columns about sex and race. So those can be used to sort of control for those different types of people. And there we go with the issues. First off, there isn't enough data about sex and race. A lot of the data sets, because they are not uniform, they have missing values for those. And if we want to be completely ethical and include those values, we will be left with 300 individuals or 400 individuals, which is no way to train an AI model. You will just get no results at all. So in the ideation stage, we're trying to sort of, prove that something can be done and worry about the, gathering more data in a later stage, so you can actually tackle the ethical issues and implications of your model. This is something that was also not very well handled in the DeepMage paper. In order to have more testing samples, they used a lot of missing values, which is sort of a big no-no in AI, because missing values leave a lot of room for interpretation. And artificial intelligence models, they love to interpret things exactly the way you want them, the way they want, and not the way you want them. So they can start, making stuff up essentially about the missing data. So the DeepMage paper made some of these sort of endemic inconsistencies. They reused different samples. So one of the data sets they used were people with depression, and then one of the other data sets they used were the actual exact same people with depression, and you have doubling of data, so there is a bias towards these individuals. So I mean, they did what they had time to do. But I think what we did was handle it a little bit more gracefully and make sure to remove all the missing values, and to make sure we do not repeat customers. So here's the other data issue. When you have 4,000 samples, this is bound to come up. This is, on the left, you have the training data we have, and on the right, we have the validation data that we use. So you can see that the training data is filled with people from 40 to 60 years old. This is very, it makes sense. Those are the people that are usually in those disease data sets. And on the right, you can see that the validation data is actually kind of biased towards toddlers. So if a model is trained on data filled with 40 years old, it's going to be biased towards those people, and then it's going to not perform as well during the validation state. So those are some of the data issues that we have, and currently the way we have no easy way to tackle them. It's going to have to be, data gathering on our part. So that's what we're hoping to do for, a potential MVP or any sort of continual work in our startup. So I want to talk a bit about the model we have. So deep regression networks. What is a neural network? A neural network is a bunch of inputs, a bunch of hidden layers, and a bunch of outputs. And those are connected with, so those are called the neurons, and they have different connections between each other, which means they can sort of propagate the information forward. And usually the way that's used is for classification. So at the end of the outputs, you have what's called an activation function, which gives you a 0 or a 1. It's telling you, okay, if you want to classify, for example, whether something's a cat, you're saying, okay, this is not a cat or this is a cat. In our case, we're doing a regression. So that's a different type of data science issue, where we're trying to predict the numbers. So if you're trying to predict house prices, or in our case, if you're trying to predict age. In our case, we're using an activation function, a regression activation functions. So those can be linear, ReLU, or ELU. So we're experimenting with different ones and seeing which one has the best outputs. In our case, it's ELU. And the loss function we're using is the mean accuracy error. And so these are the different activation functions. So this is a little bit of a side note, but it's kind of interesting. You can see, so the ReLU is the one on the upper left. So that one just makes sure there is no negative values, because those kind of mess up with the model. On the bottom is just the linear function. So whatever the neuron outputs, you multiply by a number, you add some bias, and there you go. And the ELU is sort of a more smoother ReLU. So ReLU means rectified linear unit, which means it's linear in the positive states and 0 in the negative states. And so this is one of the methods that we're using. It's called dimensional reduction. We're having 25,000 inputs and 4,000 samples, so that's never good, because that means it's going to overfit. So that means when you have too much data and the model doesn't know how to, what is really going on. It's going to try to look at all of it and try to make connections where there might be none. So if you have just a very few training samples, it's going to look through those training samples, and if those training samples are biased in some way, it's going to look at those biases. And if you have a lot of inputs, there is a lot more chance for bias. So we need to reduce the input size. So the way that's done is you have a preliminary neural network, which trains on all of the 25,000 input states. It trains for a very short time because you don't want the network to start looking into biases. You want to see the big picture sort of, and just identify the inputs that are mostly correlated with what you're trying to achieve. And you train that network, you see where it activates most, which inputs are most important, and you remove all of the other ones. So then so in our case, we only kept the top 1,000 features. Features and inputs are sort of the same thing. Then we trained the original neural network that we have with only those 1,000 inputs. And this is the model we finally used. It had 4 hidden layers of 512 neurons. It had the EU activation function. It had a dropout of 0.3. So a dropout is another way to remove biases. It's essentially after every hidden layer, you sort of remove some of the connections at random at every run. So that way, a network doesn't over-rely on some connections over others. So it's sort of a better versed network that understands better the bigger picture and doesn't if there is a specific connection that's very specific to your data, it's not going to overcommit to that specific connection. And finally, we use the batch size of 128. That's also very important. If you have a very small batch size, it's not going to generalize well because it's going to be batch by batch. But if you have a very large batch size, then it's going to be too generic. And it's not going to work well enough on individuals. And so here are what we have as results. So we have achieved my of 3.9, which is the same as the DeepMage paper, which is 3.8, which is within the margin of error. So we have matched the state of the art, but with cleaner and better data. So this is what we're trying to push forward, is sort of see what's being done, see what's within the grasp of the scientific community, and see if we can do same or better. So the ways in which we can improve is gather more data, which is more representative of the healthy human population, maybe preferably with a better definition of what the healthy human population is, which can be useful both for training and validation. We can smooth out some of the biases in our model. We can make it more ethically compatible with standards. And what we're doing in the immediate future is comparing how our model can predict disease as well. That's also an issue with too little data, but if we can gather some more data samples, that would be awesome. And just further exploration for disease-specific neural networks. So one is trying to see if our aging model responds well to other diseases, and the other part is if we have a specific network for Crohn's disease, maybe we can predict how your methylation affects your chances of getting it. This is also very useful for clinical trials, because if you have data which correlates certain methylation sites with a certain disease, we can also take blood samples from people who are being tested for a certain medication and see if that medication actually triggers those methylation sites, and if it increases or decreases the chances for some diseases. So that's a lot of value being added to the pharmaceutical market, for example. And I would also want to invite everyone to join the upcoming events and thank our sponsors. The Global AI Back Together Bulgaria, which is happening on the 19th. The Azure MVP Unplugged, which is on the 21st. And the JS Talks, which is happening on November 19th and the 20th. And here are our sponsors, and I would like to thank Andre specifically for inviting me here. And I'm looking forward to working with the scientific and the AI community of Bulgaria and see what we can do. And I'm very open to questions. Yes.
How many samples do you need?
That's a good question.
Repeat question, please.
So yes, so the question is how many samples do we believe we need? So that's a very good question. That's the answer to that is the models will show. It's in the rough ballpark of 10, 15,000 or 20,000.
So it's not like millions.
It's not millions. No, we're not. No, it's not about millions. It's just trying to smooth out so the model right now is able to go down to 2.5 degrees of error. So this is 2.5 years. So this is very good. It's sort of where we're hoping to be at, but that's with overfitting. So that's when the model is looking at very specific characteristics of data. So we're just trying to smooth those out and see if the model can reach the same 2.5 on validation. And I think by doubling or tripling the data, that's very possible. And this, of course, that with AI, no one can really know until it's actually done. But no one is talking about hundreds of thousands or millions.
I have a question regarding those 4,000 samples. Like, you have the data, and what you're trying to predict is the chronological age of the person, right? And this is your result. So what's within this sample? Is this the digitalized DNA data?
Yes, that's 850,000 different DNA sites, and the methylation, methylation results of each of those sites. So if it's, between 0 and 1, how methylated that site is. So yeah, that's what it is.
Okay. And so you're saying that, if you take the same person 10 years later,
yes,
and take the same test,
yes,
the digitalized data will be that different that you will see that the actual age will be different.
Absolutely. So one thing we're hoping to do, which is a really, really cool application of this, is if we're able to truly define what a healthy individual is with a good metric and start predicting the chronological age of healthy individuals, we can actually give you a clock that you can say how much older your body is than you're expected to be. So if you're, including stuff like, okay, give us your diet, and we can predict how much you will age. Give us your lifestyle, we can predict how quickly you will age, and give you some actionable items. Do this and you will age, with a smaller speed, or do this and you will age more quickly. So that's one of the ideas we have, is if we can develop such a platform. If we have enough data, we can have one of the electronic watches saying, okay, maybe you can eat that, but maybe if you do that too often, you're going to age 2 years for every year. Yeah.
Well, and getting back to those data, what I don't get is how do you get this methylation? Because, like, for me, the DNA is a chain of the values,
yes,
right? And methylation is kind of a metadata around it, or how do you measure this on the DNA?
Yeah. Okay. So this is done by Illumina. I think that's the pronunciation. They're a very famous company in that regard. And what they essentially do is they scan the DNA, and they look for those methyl groups on the different sites. So they target very specific point in the DNA and see if there is a methyl group, and they average that over all of your cells, a lot of your they take a blood sample and stuff like that. So that's how the data is actually gathered. So yeah.
We, by the way, started looking at data gathering to DNA kits you can order. They can be from $100 to $5,000. And they trace a specific amount of markers. So you basically give a blood test, a blood sample. Can be urine sample as well. So the more markers, the better. But that was the idea because once you commit to clinical research outsourcing, you start giving a lot of data, and consensually, because we take samples anymore, to take that and use this approach to try to figure out better approach.
Yeah, because, well, this is interesting because when there's this methylation factor, because usually when we think about the DNA, there is a number of tests you can make, and this is something like set in stone, right?
Yeah.
Like, as you mentioned, that kind of a superstition like that. So when there is an additional layer of your state behind that,
yeah,
with all those, I don't know, molecules connected, this is very interesting. But as you're mentioning that the next step would be, I don't know, looking at the person's habits and giving recommendations on like the state, as you mentioned, nutrition and alcohol, right? There are two things which, well, do you have a vision on how would you collect this data? Because the people will not notice their habits or lie about them, right?
Yes.
Not every person would admit that he drank 20 glasses of beer yesterday. He would say 5.
Yeah.
Right? I can answer maybe, okay, let me join you there.
Yes.
I can maybe answer some of that because there are two challenges in this. One is how to collect the data. The other one is how to input the data. So we're trying to, for example, collect data which you don't have to input, like physical activity, a wearable device. There is something called the Oura ring. You can test your pulse, oxygen, and if you move or don't move. I'll give you an example. Then you can collect some of the data based on your geographical location. Then you can collect data about pressure, sun radiation, many other factors. Then how you accurately collect your data is the future vision of gamification. Like, what do you input? But it's maybe a future thing, to put there. Like when you start competing with other guys, like, are you more healthy? Okay, your current status, also adding endocrinology test, for example.
Yeah.
We can test your stress levels by the amount of cortisol in your blood. Or we can stress where your sugar, for example, is in your blood. If you have, or in your urine, you can have some, the acidic level of your urine can mean a lot of things. And one of the markers for coming diabetes. And combined with the DNA information, that's the problem then. Suddenly 5 doctors, and so how do you compare that? So you need somebody super experienced to figure out the connection, what we're trying to sort out with data analysis.
Well, this is a super interesting conversation. We should maintain for hours maybe. But there's one thing that you mentioned that was about the digital twin, right? You were saying, like, how do you see that in the, like, that's not only AI, there's a big piece of like chemistry.
Data is super valuable asset.
So this is a very, for pharmaceuticals, it's something that's already being done in pharmaceutical companies, is using what's called graph AI, which is machine learning models that are actually taking graphs as inputs and outputting, in our case, it would be methylation data, and the input graph would be the molecule. So you're actually modeling how a different molecule would affect your methylation. So if you have, you have already tested on 200 drugs or something, you can input the drug itself, the molecule, and it will give you, it's not in any case, a decisive, conclusive trial. It's more of an ideation state for pharmaceutical companies that they can, prioritize some chemicals over others when they are actually deciding what they want to invest in. So you're giving them, okay, I think this molecule will give you 30% more chance to reduce 20% chance of diabetes, and that's like data they can act upon. But it requires, it requires preliminary data. You need to have information about a certain number of other drugs beforehand.
Because, when you speak about the DNA and digital twins, what comes into mind is some, I don't know, reproducible DNA sample which you keep in the lab and test different medicines against the.
Ultimately, with the digital twins of yourself, that you can test a lot of things. You can test maybe a vision in the future. There's a company that works on that. So you develop actual digital twins of people. So when you give what you give to the pharma clinical research company is actual people. They can be anonymized, so they can test the effect of a certain molecule on real people, the digital twins of people. So we'll see how to affect that and how to make it all confidential, because there's a lot of questions, how to disclose it. Actually, I was challenged talking to possible investors in this. And one of the huge ethical challenges in this is, for example, if I have your DNA data, I can trace you. Second, I can, if I know that you're predisposition to cancer, and if I have that as your employer, I may decide not to hire you. Third, which is
insurance companies would want that data.
The insurance companies, so it will be a live divide based on your DNA, and basically then if you can connect to epigenetics, so it will increase the divide between groups that are exposed to bad epigenetic things. Third, by the way, is epigenetic poison. I mean, if you can have epigenetic drugs, imagine we all eat the same diet because it's been designed to kill you, specifically based on your DNA. So, a lot of those things can
As the latest James Bond.
Like James Bond. It was like an epigenetics. It was a DNA drug. Okay, we need to conclude, I think. I was checking if we have hosts. So just messages from the audience. Audience been shy today, so thank you for your questions, audience here.
Thank you.
Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result? End of low-value, repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution, stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI-driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.